Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this regular board meeting to order. Welcome to the Marlboro Township Board of Education Board of Ed meeting, April 25th, 2023.
Good evening, everybody. Mrs. Amster?
Here.
Mrs. Branch? Wait, this is old. This is not right. Here. Sorry, excuse me. Mrs. Amster?
Here.
Mr. Petruno?
Here.
Mrs. Rosado?
Here.
Mrs. Mendez?
Here.
Mr. Lalansky?
Here.
Mrs. Shrem? Mrs. Piernick?
Sunshine Law.
Hello.
Advise that this meeting is being held in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231 PL 1975 Sunshine Law, and that adequate notice of the date, time, and agenda has been sent to the Asbury Park Press and has been posted and filed with the Marlboro Township Clerk. Copies have also been sent to each district school and other area newspapers in accordance with the law. I will not read in full, but I will draw your attention to statement of videotaping on public portion of Board of Ed meetings, public comment statement, and no smoking on school grounds. After we say the Pledge of Allegiance, please remain standing. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
A moment of silence will be observed in memory of Mr. Flynn Jones, retired honors chemistry teacher, Marlboro Memorial Middle School. During his tenure with the district, Mr. Jones was a proud recipient of the Governor's Teacher of the Year Award.
Hello. Hello.
I'd like to thank the two students who said the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I am going to read the oath of office for Mrs. Carrie Ann Jankowski. If Mrs. Jankowski can please come up to the red table. Okay, so please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, please state your name,
I, Carrie Ann Jankowski,
do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same
and I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
and to the governments established in the United States
and to the governments established within the United States
and this state
and this state,
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
so help me God.
so help me God.
I, please state your name,
I, Carrie Ann Jankowski,
do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I possess the qualifications prescribed by law
that I possess the qualifications prescribed by law
for the office of member of a Board of Education.
for the office of a member of a Board of Education.
I am not disqualified as a voter
I am not disqualified as a voter
pursuant to RS 19-4-1.
pursuant to RS 19-4-1.
I am not disqualified due to conviction of a crime
I am not disqualified due to conviction of a crime
or offense listed in NJSA 18A 12-1,
or offense listed in NJSA 18A 12-1,
and that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly
and that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly
perform all of the duties of that office
perform all of the duties of that office
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, you can take your seat right over there. Yep, please sign that.
Mr. Ballone?
Thank you. This is our student recognition section of the meeting. We have Marlboro Middle School, High School Musical Junior. We're all in this together. We are certainly in for a treat. Mrs. Nowalki, I'll just read a quick excerpt here. Extracurricular programs continue to play an important role in the middle school program, and the annual musical is a highlight of the year. This coming June, we will recognize athletic programs, our music ensembles who are returning to competition this spring, technology club members who are competing at TCNJ against other middle schools, and an array of other programs. We are so fortunate to be able to offer students these opportunities that enrich their education. Thank you for supporting our extracurricular programs. This evening, we are happy to present a song from our recent musical production, High School Musical Junior. The students are excited to share their experience with you. Mrs. Ross, Ms. Vento, and Mrs. J, our musical directors, will lead the performance. Mr. Conkling and Mr. J will join the students one more time as they present We're All in This Together.
And the Wildcats win! Hey! 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 Oh! All right, here we go. Together, 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 everyone. Together, together. Come on, let's have some fun. Together, we're there for each other, everyone. Together, together. Come on, let's do this right. Here and now, it's time for celebration. I finally figured out that all our dreams have no limitations. That's what it's all about. Come on now.
Everyone special in their own way. We make each other strong.
We make each other strong. We're not the same. We're different in a good way. Together's where we belong. We're all in this together. Once we know that we are, we're all stars, and we see that we're all in this together. And it shows when we stand hand in hand, make our dreams come. We're all in this together. As we reach, we can fly. No inside, we can make it. We're all in this together. Once we see, there's a chance that we have, and we take it. Wildcats everywhere, wave your hands up in the air. That's the way we do it. Let's get to it. Come on, everyone.
Get your heads in the game, everybody!
Good evening to all the board members and parents and staff and families and students who are here this evening. Thank you so much for letting us come to you and show you a little bit about the middle school music program that takes place every single year. We do another musical every year. I have to have a shout out not only to all the students on the stage, but you see Mr. Conkling up there, one of our science teachers. He was also in the show. As well as Mr. J, who's not with us this evening, but he was also in the show with us. So it takes not only our staff, but our parents and all of our students to put together an amazing performance for you. And isn't this really truly what we are all about? We are all about happiness. We are all about giving kids amazing opportunities to showcase their talents. And so all of you, thank you. A special shout out over here to Mrs. J, Ms. Vento, and Mrs. Ross. Share with you that they have been... They have been And it also, very coincidentally, you're going to see in a little bit later this evening, as part of the program, that Mrs. Ross is going to announce her retirement. And it's kind of very special that we're here to celebrate her final year with doing musical productions with us here this evening with her students here. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to all of you for your support. You are awesome. Thank you.
Executive session resolution. Be it resolved that in accordance with the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act, the Marlboro Township Board of Education shall conduct a closed executive session pursuant to the exception prescribed by NJSA 10-4-12 for the purpose of discussing interviews chief school administrator search firms. It is anticipated that the length of time of this executive session will be approximately 45 minutes and that action will be taken in public after the executive session. Be it further resolved that the minutes of the executive session will be released with a need for confidentiality in accordance with NJSA 10-4-12 no longer applies. Do I have a second? Christina? Any discussion? Let's do a roll call. No. All in favor? Any opposed? I see none. Okay. We'll be back in 45 minutes.
One, two. One, two.
Show us done. We're gonna go. You tired? Okay, put your jacket on. Before we go. What? Today? That's it. They got invited to do their one show. Say goodnight? Yeah. Okay, you do this. Hi, Tyra. How was it? You gave me the chin? You gave me the smooth. Oh. Wait out the people with comments. tonight, so I think a little bit of it is
What's the future budget for?
the budget.
a bunch of budget cuts, like
Oh.
educational assistance, program, transportation,
wow.
custodial crews,
Yeah, they're cutting,
security.
and there was no.
It's all here. Here, take it.
There was not exactly a lot of public discussion of it, and they're voting on it tonight. So.
Because I'm like, I never want to be the one to speak up, but she was one of the kids that were not in distress. She needed me.
Yeah, and they're cutting. There's a lot of different things. So just.
Like 2042 came back because sacrificing the pandemic being over.
Well, but meanwhile, they just want all these crazy insurance, which totally didn't work for us. They're all getting the brand new doors that I have. Every collection, brand new doors. And no one knows who's being cut. Like, that hasn't been, no teachers have been told. Yeah. And like the other thing is our contract's up in June. So if they're cutting salaries, they're cutting teachers. What does that mean for our contract? But the number is that's to be negotiated. Like, it's just a lot of. So teachers want to be running up, full speed, banging at the door and doing something.
I'll watch it on the
Awesome. Yeah, it's gonna go live. Yeah. It's just icky. It's always icky when they. Yeah.
And I heard that a VP.
Well, it's on there. I don't know. It's not even public yet. Like, no, there's no name attached to anything. Nobody.
Yeah, because even like Bob Wingo, funny with the
Well, there's something to do with like cleaning materials or something as far as like 'cause somebody posted on the Marlboro page. I guess as soon as this came out, somebody posted something. A parent posted something on the Marlboro page about. Well, I guess we're going back to the petri dishes. Like that, won't be as clean and the germs will be rampant because there's something about it. I always kind of get a chuckle from both sides as a parent and a teacher.
we're having a fundraiser to pay for assemblies to take away the hours.
Yeah, it's very interesting. So, I mean, and they haven't really told us what's being cut exactly.
I'll take me out if you want me to. Do you have a jacket?
Very chilly out there. Oh, you're so sweet. All right, well, have a wonderful night. Enjoy your Let's Go. I'll see you tomorrow. I don't know. Now it's supposed to rain, and it's people are sick. So it's like, I don't know. Yeah, unless it's, I mean, Thursday, Friday's supposed to rain, right? Like, I was hoping to push it to the end of the week and maybe just go out with a bang on Friday, but I don't know.
Friday, Saturday.
All right. I know. No. I mean, I'd love to get more weeds out. The kids shoot some, but there's still like a ton of them in there, but.
Okay.
So let's see what Thursday looks like. If it's still raining, I mean, you're welcome to come. But I don't, I just hate to put it on you as an extra thing. I know you do so much.
No, but let's let it go.
I know. They're all, if you see what's going on like this, they're growing like crazy. If the weather permits this weekend, I want to go to the farm and try and pick up some strawberries. We'll see what the weather's like. Otherwise, I'll go next week. I'm assuming they have them already.
We planted strawberries.
Oh, you did? Okay. So then the farm by me should have them too. So, all right. Yeah, we'll see what the weather's like this weekend. It is supposed to rain, but if I can get there and pick them up, then I will. All right, we'll be in touch.
No, I'll be there anyway. Of course.
Have fun.
No, because he's got to get the bed.
So, do you do the cash?
What do you got? You got long sleeves? Oh, you're not going to give me yours. Get your jacket, your jacket.
Babe, what was nothing?
Oh, they took it down?
School.
Yeah, one second. That's my story.
Okay, we are back in session. Ben, can you please do a roll call? Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Alonsky?
Here.
Mrs. Seward?
Here.
Who? Is your mic on?
Mrs. Rosado?
Here.
Mr. Petruno?
Here.
Mrs. Jankowski?
Here.
Mrs. Mendez?
Here.
And Mrs. Amster?
Here. Student impact pillar, Mr. Balone.
Mine's not working either.
This month's Student Impact focuses on our pillar of trustworthiness. Throughout the month of March, MTPS highlighted the character pillar of trustworthiness. Students and staff focused on being reliable and always telling the truth. Also in March, Robertsville Elementary was awarded a grant from the Marlboro Educational Foundation to add an additional sensory hallway. The sensory hallway is for students and staff to use. There are different textures on the walls and mats on the floor that can be stepped on and used as soothing tools. The hallway provides opportunities to explore multiple senses, including sight, sound, and touch. Thank you so much to the MEF. So in addition to that, we have a short video for you to highlight the pillar of trustworthiness.
In March, MTPS highlighted the character pillar trustworthiness. Some activities that the district took part in were trustworthy statutes and read-alouds that enforce the meaning and importance of this pillar. Robertsville Elementary was awarded a grant from the Marlboro Education Foundation to add an additional hallway. It is for all students and staff to use various texture mats and tiles. Thank you, MEF.
Artwork on display from Frank J. Dugan Elementary School. The students of Frank J. Dugan Elementary, under the instruction of art teacher Colleen Purdy, who I believe is here in the audience, there she is, she's in the back, have created projects which have focused on problem solving, creativity, independent growth, and collaboration, as well as the integrated subject of science and history. Kindergarten artists explored the traditional art of Ghana, Africa, and created paper weaving inspired by cloths. Students learned the pattern of weaving and reviewed geometric design inspired by these cloths. In first grade, students read Where the Wild Things Are by Maury Sendak and created their own wild thing using watercolors. They explored texture and how to use lines to add texture. In first grade, they also created painted landscape collages. Students painted both the sky and ocean and used fine motor control to tear and layer their oceans. They then created paper boats to add to their sea. Third grade artists explored the art of Wayne Thiebaud and his love for cupcakes, cakes, and donuts. They explored layering paint to create realistic looking donuts and explored creating a shadow to make our donuts pop off the page. Third grade artists also explored the art known as art or optical illusion art and created a 3D room they were inside. Fifth graders explored Mexican art and discussed alarbjes, which were traditionally carved from wood as well as the Mexican tin, and combined the two styles to create their very own alarbjes, with fun story to complement it. Fifth graders also explored first point perspective to create an interior of their bedroom. Great job, Frank J. Dugan. Champions artwork. The students attending the Champions program at the David C. Abbott Early Learning Center learned about different types of flowers that grow during the springtime. They were amazed that there are so many different types of flowers in the world. The project content focus was based around creative expression. The students created colorful art projects by using watercolors to decorate their flowers. Announcements. Marlboro Memorial Middle School. Honorable mention in the New Jersey Law Adventure mock trial competition. Mrs. Michelle Aguilar Asted, who is also in the audience in the back there. Her 8th grade honor social studies class earned honorable mention in the New Jersey Law Adventure mock trial competition. The topic this year is students' rights. The class has been invited to perform their case in May at the New Jersey Law Center in New Brunswick. The students will also participate in the jury of other trials in which they will deliberate and render verdicts. The New Jersey Law Adventure mock trial competition is designed to teach students the legal process, including preparing and presenting a case, arguing and defending a position, and working collaboratively with others. The competition is open to all middle school students in New Jersey. It is an excellent way for students to develop critical thinking, public speaking, and teamwork skills. In addition, it is a fun and engaging way to learn about the law and the legal system. Moving right along, Toshiba Exploravision regional winners. We are pleased to announce that the group that won regionals and is now competing for nationals includes 8th graders here from MTPS. Their project is called Digital DOC, Detector of Conditions. They also made a video for the national competition for which the results will be announced on May 5th, 2023. We also had 4 honorable mentions as follows. The Hydro Cleaner, they were 6th grade students. The H2 Clean, also 6th grade students. Sea Beast, another set of 6th grade students. And 7th grade students who created the multi-turbine. Congratulations to the Exploravision regional winners. From Marlboro Middle School, we have the History Bee for international academic competitions. We had a 7th grade student at Marlboro Middle School who competed in the regional final tournament of the History Bee for international academic competitions on Saturday, March 11th. He finished in 1st place for his grade level and is now eligible to compete in the national tournament in Virginia this coming June. Congratulations to him and his History Club sponsor, Mr. Walsh. Another Toshiba Exploravision honorable mention. 7th and 8th grade students participated in the Toshiba Exploravision contest this year. 7th and 8th grade teams each received honorable mention for their projects. Here are the abstracts from their award-winning projects. The 7th grade team created a project entitled Premature Tumor Identification System, PTIS. In modern times, tumors, also known as cancer, can only be detected after having grown and taken a toll on a victim. So, PTIS should be used to detect premature cancerous cells. Cancer is caused by certain changes to genes. Genes are arranged in long strands of tightly packed cells. Sorry about that. Called chromosomes. The PTIS consists of 104 cells implanted within a nanotechnological tracker inside the nucleus of the cell. These cells will travel around the entire bloodstream in approximately 30 minutes. The cells will search for carcinogens in the body, and upon identification, the cell tracker will pinpoint the exact position of the cancer cell on a digital diagram of the body. Then, not only will the cancer be identified, but located and thus can be treated before having affected the victim. The 8th grade team had a project entitled Infrasign. Communication is a vital part of an individual's self-concept. Understanding oneself is critical not only for the individual, but also for those around them. Infrasign assists those who are not offered the same opportunities for communication as the rest. As those who understand sign language continue to decrease, infrasign will be very beneficial. The design has 6 infrared rings for placing on both hands of a person using American Sign Language, or ASL. In addition, it has 360-degree infrared motion sensors to recognize when signs are being made. When detected, the message will be displayed on a watch, read aloud to the recipient on the other end. To conclude, infrasign is the quintessential piece of technology to help a vast community of ASL speakers communicate with others. Congratulations to the students and their teachers, Mrs. Haston and Mrs. Namath. Moving on to Robertsville Elementary School, we have the STEAM regionals. Regionals have been confirmed, and we are thrilled to have received confirmation that 3 teams from Robertsville Elementary School virtually presented on Tuesday, April 18th, 2023. A special shout out to Mr. Schatz, who served as a subject matter advisor for one of our teams, CO2 Air Filter, who presented at 10 a.m. Each team was slotted for 30 minutes, but the presentations with Q&A lasted approximately 15 minutes. There was solar panel, CO2 air filter, and Project Wildfire. Congratulations, Robertsville.
Finn, would you like to discuss the integrated preschool program for the 23-24 school year?
Sure. So I just wanted to make an announcement for the full-day pre-K tuition and the payment process. So as we know, the full-day pre-K tuition is $7,400. It used to be in 3 installments. We've actually expanded it now to have 5 installments to try to spread out in the payments. So the first payment is the $1,400 non-refundable deposit, and that's due by June 7th, 2023. And then after that, it'll be 4 equal payments of $1,500. The first one in August 15th, 2023, the second for October 16th, 2023, the third payment for January 16th, 2024, and the fourth and final payment due by April 15th, 2024.
Thank you. School bus driver and building maintenance personnel motor vehicle abstracts?
Sure, all abstracts were run and all have privileges in good standing.
Public comments?
Yes, so we have quite a few tonight. So the first one to call up, Jessica Martin.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Okay. My name is Jessica Martin, and I'm a math teacher here at Memorial. I'm here to speak on behalf of the math teachers at our school about the elimination of the math coach position in the proposed budget. I know that the board is doing their best to cut positions that are not student-facing. The biggest misconception that we're seeing about the math coach position is that they work with data and not with the students in our classroom often. But I'm here today to assure you that the position absolutely impacts the students here in Marlboro in a positive way. As students move teachers from year to year, Mr. Talley is a consistent figure in their math classes. The students know him by name and are excited for the days that he's in our classrooms. Mr. Talley pushes into our math classes across all grade levels regularly. If it's not a scheduled visit, he always does his best to attend our classes any time that we ask. He supports the students by running small groups or facilitating the whole group, allowing for more time for individualized instruction for our students who may be struggling or having a difficult time with concepts. His time in our classroom allows us to try new lessons or implement new techniques with the support of another teacher and math expert in the room. He works directly with our RTI students and struggling learners to provide additional support and more small group instruction and interventions. I've seen my own RTI students go from failing to getting A's and B's as a direct result of his work. We see in the proposed budget that the elementary coach positions are not being cut. Do middle school students need less support? Are there less struggling learners who need interventions at the middle school level? This position is critical for the students and teachers across all grade levels, both elementary and middle. I currently teach 6th and 8th grade, but have taught 6th, 7th, and 8th, all levels offered in our school except for geometry. Mr. Talley has been a constant guide for me throughout all of these changes as we've adapted to teach different grade levels. He provides sample lessons, ideas, strategies, and feedback based on all the teachers' lesson activities. He creates interactive new styles of lessons and co-teaches with us to facilitate our understanding of how they should be taught. He provides this type of support to all the math teachers here in our school. He has a positive way of suggesting new strategies and exciting teachers with new ideas. He works with the teachers directly to review and analyze student progress. We work together to improve our teaching practices to better serve our students and enhance their learning experience. He acts as a liaison between the teachers and our administration in a way that really lets us have deep and meaningful conversations about what we're teaching. Ultimately, students and teachers will suffer a great loss if the math and literacy coach positions are cut. I've only been able to share a small portion of what Mr. Talley does on our day-to-day, but the list really goes on and on of how he supports both teachers and students in their learning. I know how much the Marlboro Board and community cares about our students, so on behalf of the Math Department, we ask that you please reconsider this budget decision. Thank you.
Next up is Chris Talley.
Good evening. My name is Chris Talley, the math coach at Memorial, and one of the positions this board plans to cut. I would like to first speak about the misinformation I've seen posted on Facebook. Many community members are under the impression that coaches do not work directly with students and that we spend our time looking at data. Maybe you all believe that as well. However, this is simply not true. We do not spend our days sitting in an office looking at data. We spend our time in the classrooms, various classrooms across grade levels. Over the years, I have created strong relationships with every math teacher in our building. Teachers come to me with questions or when they need support, and they invite me into their classrooms to work with the students. Being in so many classrooms, we see that the many great things that teachers are doing. Coaches are able to share these ideas from one classroom to another and bring teachers together to collaborate and plan lessons. Since I started this position 6 years ago, we have made great strides in building thinking classrooms. On any given day, you can see evidence and ideas and practices that have been implemented. In addition to supporting teachers, coaches teach lessons in the classroom. We meet with students one-on-one and work with small groups of students. Many of the students we work with are struggling learners. We help these students fill in the gaps in their learning and become successful. We also work with RTI students. RTI stands for Response to Intervention, which aims to identify struggling students early on and give them the support they need to thrive in school. The coaches work with the teachers, parents, counselors, and administration throughout the process to provide support and interventions for these children. The coaches work directly with these students. It brings me great satisfaction when my students realize that they can be successful in the classroom and to see their self-esteem grow. Why would we want the supports put in place to help our students struggling? Why would we want to remove the supports put into place to help our struggling students find success? It shocks and upsets me that the board finds it appropriate to take support away from our students that need it most. So again, I ask you, why would you choose to remove the supports in place for our students that need them most? For who? For what?
Next up, Chrissy Bodsford.
Hello. I'm here tonight to put a name, face, and voice to one of the line items on the budget cuts. As a literacy coach here at Memorial, my knowledge has grown immensely. From attending professional development, conversations with the incredible literacy coach team, and from all of our ELA teachers as they hone their craft, one thing has become very clear. Just as chefs, athletes, parents, farmers, mechanics, and even board members continue to develop their expertise over time, teachers do the same. Through study, conversation, debate, disagreement, and collaboration, we all become better. Better teaching means better outcomes for students. In addition to assessing and supporting students through RTI, the facilitation of teacher collaboration is one of the tasks literacy coaches are charged with. John Hattie is a leading thinker concerning what works in education. He and his team have collected data from around the world on thousands of studies involving millions of children. The results are to help guide administrators and educators to choose practices and policies that have the greatest possible impact on learning. At the very top of the list for producing student growth is collective teacher efficacy. When teachers get together, discuss, evaluate, and connect, expertise is elevated and every student benefits. This is what coaching is meant to do, give teachers support and space to share what works, grow, and learn. Because of the pandemic, our work was severely disrupted, and so cutting people who directly work with teachers and our most vulnerable learners is risky. As students enter middle school, those who are able to cope with learning difficulties begin to surface as the reading and writing work becomes ever more rigorous. Every year we find students who have been able to keep their head above water academically, but they hit middle school and are unable to maintain their grades. As an academic liaison between classrooms and counselors, the coaches are integral to the implementation of our RTI system. Coaches are part of the process every step of the way, from Tier 1, when teachers first identify, to Tier 2, when goals are made, to Tier 3, when coaches work with innovations teachers to assess and support students. This process will be impossible to continue to implement effectively. There's no way for a classroom teacher or innovations teacher to meet one-on-one with a student for foundational skills. These assessments and coach-student sessions provide valuable information for the decisions about whether to continue with RTI or refer students to the child study team. Having a coaching model in place for middle school shows that our district is in touch with what really works to impact student growth and the growth of our educators. Like all growth, it takes time. It apparently also takes just about $400,000. But the only thing I can do in response to this cut is share my voice. Behind that voice, you can't possibly know the immense love and care I have for our students. They bring me joy, challenge me, help me learn, and make me laugh every single day. Everything I do to bring teachers together to learn and grow is for the children of Marlboro. Without coaches, there will be a void. The void will directly impact children. And their teachers. If I didn't cry, I'd be on time. I swear I timed it. And their teachers' ability to learn and grow as educators. The void will impact the current processes in place to ensure every child at risk receives the quality interventions they're entitled to. Thank you.
Next up, John Maldonado.
Good evening. In my capacity as the math coach, I was meeting with our wonderful 7th grade teaching team a few years ago. They expressed a concern that our students did not get real-world experience with tax, tip, and markup. I asked them, if I put a project together that would give our students that experience, would you use it in your classes? The response was unanimous. They agreed. I spent a few hours putting together a project I called Dinner for Four. The students were given a budget to take themselves and 3 friends to dinner. They had to find actual prices from actual restaurants, calculate the cost for everyone to eat, including tax and tip. When the classroom teachers used this project with our students, I joined them in their classes, and I spent days with the 7th grade students in our building that year. I helped the students by being a sounding board to them and allowed them the opportunity to think through their own concerns that they had. Our students are very impressive. These students had a real-world, relevant learning experience that they would not have had if we did not have instructional coaches in the middle schools. Another one of the responsibilities I have as the math coach is to provide one-on-one support to students in our response to intervention program. One year I was assigned to work with a 6th grader. The student came to me reluctantly because she was afraid that she would be labeled as dumb or stupid by her peers. Her words. I reassured her that this would not happen, and she could even come and go a minute or two later so that no students would see her. The student made great progress as a 6th grader, but she had a real breakthrough when she was in the first weeks of 7th grade. I found a learning style that she really gravitated towards and enjoyed. The student went from a reluctant participant to someone who looked forward to learning with me. Toward the end of her 7th grade year, the student asked me if we would be working together again when she entered 8th grade. I asked, "Do you want to?" She said, "Yes, I do." In her words, I recognize that I understand the work in my regular math class better because of the work we have done together one-on-one. This student had a 180-degree change of heart and improved as a learner that would not have happened if we did not have instructional coaches in the middle schools. Having instructional coaches is a benefit to the students, teachers, and administrators in our middle schools. Our schools will be lacking without them. Thank you.
Next is Karen Bartlett.
Good evening. Forgive my old school note cards. I'm Karen Bartlett. It has been my great privilege to be a teacher for the past 23 years at Tofino Central Elementary School. And in that time, I've had many conversations with parents, particularly new parents to the district, who have all expressed the same reason why they moved to Marlboro, the schools. That being said, it simply proves the point that the hallmark of a good community, a great community, is the schools. I think you would agree. We have that right now. Who makes that happen? Administrators, supervisors, who run the building smoothly. Drivers who bring our students back and forth safely, and assistants who work with their children to ensure their success. Teachers, coaches who deliver a stellar education and are deeply committed to the students they work with every day. Our child study teams who work with our special needs population tirelessly to advocate for them. Nurses and secretaries who are there for our students to care for them and look out for them. Now, I don't envy your position. I don't envy the decision you are facing. It is a difficult one. However, with your position comes responsibility. And that responsibility is to the students and the staff that you serve as a board. In my opinion, I find it very disconcerting that this late in a budget season, we are sitting here looking at a cursory glance at a budget that is being presented with a deep cut that will seriously impact the students and staff, and that it has only been shown to us tonight. And the first mention of it, a budget, was February 28th. I find that very disconcerting because it will seriously have an impact. I also find it disconcerting that we have very little opportunity to express concerns that will impact students and staffs here. I would just respectfully ask that before you vote, before you consider this budget tonight, you think about the impact, not just on the students, not just on our staff, but on our community. Because, again, schools of excellence are a hallmark of a great community. So this will have an impact on our community and this community's future. So I just ask that you consider that. Thank you.
Next is Krista Persico.
Can I switch with Lauren McQuaid?
Sure.
I'll go on. Thank you. Sorry. Hi, I'm Lauren McQuaid. I'm a 7th grade ELA teacher at Marlboro Memorial Middle School. I am here on behalf of the 7th grade ELA teachers at Memorial to share with you our thoughts about the proposed elimination of the literacy coach position at the middle school level. We so appreciate your desire to avoid any cuts that would affect students directly, in other words, classroom teachers. However, we believe that the board may not be considering just how much the coach positions are indeed student-facing. Literacy coach Christine Bodsford is a reliable, invaluable resource to them. For example, she can swoop into a situation, pull students individually or in small groups, dig into their educational history to look for patterns and inconsistencies to try to better pinpoint the source of their struggle, and then know on a dime what to do to help that student improve. Additionally, she's an integral part of the RTI process. In fact, Tier 3 students receive direct intervention from the coaches. Have we considered who will provide this targeted intervention required by the RTI process if there's no coach to provide it? Finally, because she's not assigned to a grade level, she has the ability to follow these students' progress throughout their middle school career. We as classroom teachers can look back at data, we can consider what we know about them in the time that we've had them, but she develops and she maintains relationships with these students over time, so they're not just numbers on a spreadsheet as they might be to someone who's not student-facing. She knows their personalities, she knows their strengths, she knows their likes and dislikes. Her insight into students is sometimes the key to unlocking their struggle and finding a path toward success for that child. Her impact on students doesn't stop there. Her tireless support of teachers makes us better at what we do, and because we improve through our interactions with her, our students directly benefit from that. The coach position allows for a superior level of collaboration to ensure a stellar ELA program here in Marlboro. For instance, if I plan to revamp a unit, let's say it's my poetry unit, and I can go to her during my prep, and she will gladly sit with me and analyze what I've done, what I plan to do, and because she is in other teachers' classrooms all the time, she can very easily share with me what others are doing. I know what I know. Chrissy knows what she knows. And she knows what every other language arts teacher in this building is doing in regards to poetry. And if she doesn't, she will find out for me. In a half hour, I feel rejuvenated and full of ideas I can implement right away, resulting in a more effective strategy for my students, directly. Across the department, this happens at least weekly. Who will fill these shoes if we do not have this resource? What will our students miss out on? The literacy coach position was designed to be the liaison between administration and classroom teachers. What may be a 30-minute meeting with an administrator becomes an ongoing collaboration and discussion about how to best implement a strategy or directive. If there is any level of education that needs a middleman, it's middle school, pun intended. We believe the coach position at all levels is of equal importance, and to remove this valuable resource at the middle school level would most certainly be detrimental to all students, in particular the most vulnerable ones with whom the coaches intervene on a daily basis. In closing, we just want to let you know that we understand financial decisions are tough, but our kids shouldn't have to pay the price.
Yeah, sure. Krista Persico.
I'm Krista Persico, a teacher here at Memorial. You may remember I spoke at the board meeting on March 14th. At that meeting, you specifically mentioned that classroom size would not be impacted, and further mentioned that it was the goal of the board to make cuts that don't directly impact students. As you've heard from the staff who have shared with you tonight, our reading and math coaches impact students on a daily basis. Their absence will create a hole that will make addressing gaps in student learning more difficult. I understand that this board feels like it has a mandate from the public to cut the budget in order to mitigate tax increases. In making cuts, you must weigh the needs of students versus the burden on taxpayers. I have no doubt that you have done so thoughtfully and deliberately. However, since these debates have not taken place publicly, I just want to clarify a few points and ask a few questions. First, by way of clarification, it is my understanding that the initial budget was drawn up by the administration and presented to the board publicly over several meetings between January and February. That initial budget proposal suggested no cuts and that we go to the full 2% cap and accept the waiver for health care costs. At the February 28th meeting, this board signaled to the administration that they did not want to go that route, and they requested that the administration come up with cuts. Those options were weighed without public input. We are now being presented with that final budget, and you presumably will vote on it tonight. My questions are three. First, if we had gone to the full 2% and accepted the full waiver, what would the tax impact have been on the average home in Marlboro? Based on last year's numbers, I would assume around $180. With the $1 million cut, what is the tax impact on the average home? Based on last year's numbers, I would assume around $120. If the reading and math coaching positions, which according to the budget in the agenda amount to $385,000, are added back in, what would the difference in cost be to the average homeowner? As it is adding about 0.5%, half a percentage point back to the budget, I assume the tax rate would be around 140. I ask about the impacts to the taxpayer because I already know that the impact to students is going to be immeasurably high. I want to be clear what the dollar savings is to the taxpayer, and I think the public should know that number as well to be able to assess the decision being made here tonight.
Okay, next up, Kavita Patel.
Good evening, Kavita Patel. I'm a resident here in Marlboro. First, I just want to thank all the brave teachers for coming out and speaking so publicly. Kudos and thank you for everything you guys do. So, my question is for the board. It has come to my attention that our children will be learning sex ed through a webinar. We were asked to opt in if we wanted our children to learn about sex ed from their educators in the classroom. Correct me if I'm wrong, 75% of us said, yes, we want our children to learn in the classrooms from their teachers, so that this conversation's not uncomfortable for my daughter or my son. I want to know, for those of us who opted in, why we're not given that chance to have our children learn in the classroom about this sensitive topic. Why are they not given a chance to ask questions from their educator? Is a webinar going to have an educator interact with our kids and allow them to ask questions? I assume I don't get answers right now, but I really hope that there will be answers coming forth. And lastly, I don't understand why the 25% who opted out get to decide for the rest of us. Thank you.
Next up, Arun Jolly.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Arun Jolly. I'm here standing in front of you as a resident of Marlboro for almost 4 decades. And I'm very concerned about the decisions which are likely to be made by you guys tonight. Basically, you have a business administrator and he gets a good salary and gives you a good recommendation. And my concern or my question to you is, why his recommendations are not being followed? Number one. Number two, are you all have been trained with the ethics training? Because my concern, I don't have kids in the school district. They're grown and they're no longer in this district. But what if ethic violations takes place? If you've not had the ethics training, then who's going to defend you guys? Is it going to fall on us? The answer is yes. So I appeal to your good conscience that you have heard from coaches and teachers who very eloquently have described the decision impact you will have of your decision tonight on actual students and teaching. And you have committed earlier that that's not your goal. But if that's not the goal, then I humbly appeal to you as a senior here. I don't think anybody has been in this town longer than me, maybe few exceptions. But I appeal to you, you moved here in Marlboro because of the school district. And like other coaches and some teachers have very nicely captured it earlier, that the main reason was the school. And I, as a resident of Marlboro, I want to continue to say that I live in Marlboro, where the school district or school system is number 1 or number 2 in the state. I can't do that anymore if you make the decision you're about to make. And I'm appealing to your good conscience. I don't know how many of you have kids in the school district, but I don't think all of you have the decision to make, even if you don't have the kids. Every child in this school district is your child. Please think that they are your children, and if your child, you won't subject them to these challenges or cuts, then make that decision like that. Consider Marlboro as the first, what impact it will have on Marlboro first, rather than your political affiliation. I'm not here as a politician, and I'm here to represent you as a resident of Marlboro of almost 4 decades. I have never seen such a decision-making in the past, and I humbly appeal to you again and again with folded hands that do right by every child. That's it, and I thank you.
Next up, Stephanie Eisenberg. Okay, seeing none. Next up, Moshe Grant.
Good evening, members of the board. Moshe Grant, 8 Sudbury Road. I will not engage into conversations about budget. To be honest, I much trust the professionals that are sitting here to have done your homework. I know the details in a much greater detail than I do, but what I came to say is that regardless of how many people showed up over here today to speak, which was pretty much anticipated as a member in the community who've been around board meetings for a while now, as you go through whatever you go through, I have my differences with everyone in the world, just like everyone else. Some people are closer to me, some people are not. There are board members over here who believe in what I believe, and there are board members over here who do not believe in what I believe. But one thing I can say for sure, each and every one of you is sitting here because you have the majority of the community behind you. That means that they put the trust in you for you to make a decision, not for anyone else. So in the end of the day, you do what you believe is right based on what you were voted to do. Thank you so much.
Next up, Leo Davelman.
It is great to see so many people here today. It is awesome to know that we live in a town where so many people care about education, so many people care about kids, so many people just care. That's cool. Now, I know that nobody likes budget cuts, but elections have consequences. Elections matter. And we have elected a governor who believes that our kids have had it too good for too long. We're going to have to live with that. Bottom line is, this budget needs some significant adjustment and some hard decisions need to be made. I firmly believe, and the business administrator and I actually spoke about this years ago, and then keep me honest, that if you ask people for more money, doesn't matter how much more, you have to first show what actions you have already taken on your end to minimize what you're asking for. You have to show the cuts you were willing to make before you ask the people of the town to pony up any additional amount of money. It is a matter of principle. There are people here who would like you to believe that this is about who loves kids more. That is disingenuous, to say the least. Everybody loves our kids and wants the best education for them. Let's be real. $1 spent on kids or $1 spent on teachers bring a lot more value than $1 spent on management, especially in times of fiscal challenges imposed by the governor. We are blessed as a community because we finally have a board that listens. It wasn't easy to get here. But when townsfolk felt consistently ignored, they turned out in droves on election day and said loud and clear, we want a board that values our input, not just the administration's. We want a board that keeps the administration accountable. We want a board that takes their responsibility to all constituencies, the kids, the teachers, and the parents, seriously. This is a board that has 2 currently active teachers willing to step up to the plate and make the enormously difficult decisions. But this is also a board that will always hear constructive input. We heard a lot of people today talk about really good reasons not to cut something. If anyone thinks there's a better proposal to cut this instead of that and arrive at the same fiscal outcome, we know this is a board that will always welcome the input. After all, a budget is a plan. If subsequent adjustments are needed, those can be brought to the board for a vote. But the principle remains firm. Don't ask townspeople for more money without first looking to see where we may be able to find savings. Always seek to leave the funds closer to the students and the teachers, and take them away from administrators and supervisors if you have to. And when you can't protect all the dollars or precise positions and titles, at least seek to protect the jobs of our teachers and those folks who work hands-on with the kids. Thank you for the tough work that you do.
Next up, John Jabordi. I apologize if I mispronounced that. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. As you know, John Jabordi. I stand before you this evening as a father and as a grandfather who have grandchildren in the school system. Full disclosure, I'm also running for mayor in the June 6th primary. But I'm here this evening on a topic that was brought up at the council meeting last Thursday, and that's on the safety of our children, the early before care and after care. Our children are vulnerable. I understand recently there have been some discussions and some movement, and I don't want to know the details because that, again, will further put our kids in harm's way. It's a tough job that you have, but you need to protect our children, the most valuable asset we have. Also, I don't think this administration currently wants to pay attention to this situation. Of course, this is the arena for it. You're the school board. Protect our kids. But I believe the administration can do much more. Minimally, the bully pulpit. Protect our children, guys and gals. Thank you.
Next up, Anu Shambag.
Good evening, board members. Anu Shanbhag. I live in Morganville. I'm standing here to bring your attention to a few issues that I raised in an email I sent to you after the last meeting, and to discuss some new ones. The first is my objection at the decision you took to move the health and sex ed portion of the curriculum to a webinar after school. As I stated in my email, there are problems with this decision. The health curriculum is a mandate that was created after research and development by experts in education. Despite that, last year, caving to the pressure of a few vocal people in our community, some on the board here forced this issue to be put to vote by the parents. Despite this, a majority of the parents in the community, 75%, voted to opt into the curriculum as it was designed by the state. Furthermore, after all this time and work on something that should have been a non-issue, the new board this year decided to move this health and sex ed component to an after-school webinar for all students, in essence, forcing the will of the minority of the parents onto the majority. This series of events seems not okay by any standard. Being a public school agency, your primary duty is to uphold the laws and regulations of the State Board of Education and not the will of a minority of private citizens, no matter how loud anyone is. Given that you've made the above decisions despite any public mandate leads us to the next set of questions that your decision forces. Who vetted the webinar provider? Why was the decision made behind doors? How do we ensure that all kids take this webinar? How do we even know if our kids are being provided accurate and complete information? The other issue I want to raise is the budget that you've provided us tonight. As I understand it, the increase in healthcare premiums accounted for some of the higher costs. And to balance these costs, we had the option of raising the cap on our budget, which would have also qualified us for $1 million or so of state money. That money would have helped us to address some of the higher costs of the budget without cutting into the very necessary programs and staff that have kept Marlboro schools among the best performing ones. But you have decided not to go that sensible route. Instead, the decision was to make cuts in various areas, some of which are the biggest at $385,000 coming from reductions in math and literacy staff, $90,000 in salary reductions of principals, vice principals, program directors, $99,000 in reductions in admin staff, $40,000 reductions in security staff. I bring these to your attention to highlight the fact that these cuts are the very lifeblood of our schools, the people that run it, or to their salaries. They're the ones that teach, that care, that ensure the safety of our schools and students. Yet, this is where you thought that the cuts, which wouldn't have been necessary had you elected to go with a cap, needed to be done. And I don't know if you considered what a chilling effect these choices will have on our ability to attract competent and quality staff and teachers at a time when we need more of them, not less. In closing, I'd like you to explain how you plan on maintaining the quality of our school district when your above decisions and choices seem to be undercutting that very quality and not making it better. Thank you.
Next, Irene Deckerman.
Hi, Irene Deckerman, Morganville, New Jersey. I just want to say that I appreciate all the work that you guys are doing, and I know that this is a very difficult task, and I know this because this is my daily job, and I manage hundreds of millions of dollars in budget, and I make these difficult calls, and I find what places to cut, and unfortunately sometimes you cut things that you don't want to cut, but a budget is a budget, and you have to stick within your means. And I appreciate the fact that you are trying to do that, because these are hard economic times for everybody, and it's not fair to always burden the community with all of these extra costs. Not to mention, many people are losing their jobs right now. Inflation is sky high. I'm sorry, I don't want to pay even more in taxes than I already do. So I just wanted to say thank you for all the hard work. I know this is really hard. I know it's painful, but I appreciate all the things that you guys are doing. Thanks.
Next, Jennifer Salachi.
Hi, Jen Salachi, Marlboro. I'm actually here for two things. The first is Marlboro Educational Foundation. It is amazing, and it is very disheartening to me that no one on this board will stand up for it. We always give grants to the teachers, and the curriculum committee and the Board of Ed approve them. We're here for the teachers and for the students. Second, I was curious why the board decided not to go with Mr. Caravello's recommendation for the budget. I'm concerned for the future of our education because every personnel at our school is important. As a teacher, I utilize my coaches all the time to help better my students. When I taught in Asher as a long-term sub, the math and literacy coaches helped me a lot, so much. If I had a student who didn't understand the different ways I was teaching them, I would go to the math coach, and that math coach knew the student and knew how to help them. So the BA is here to help with the budget, and he knows what is best for our schools, and I just didn't know why you didn't want to take his advice. I know you have to work with him, obviously, but he definitely, you know, he's been doing it for a while. He knows what he's doing. Thank you.
Last on this list is Farabono.
Farabono, Nashua Drive. Welcome back. This is my fourth, as the boys and girls in Robertsville know, consecutive month speaking about the budget. I was here for the initial meeting. I was here on February 28th when Mr. Caravello advised going to CAP and taking the waiver to offset the rising costs of the health insurance. I was promised at that meeting that cuts would not be made that impact the students. Since then, the board has asked, what would 1 million in cuts look like? 2 million in cuts look like? I agree. You need to stick within the budget. You were given an opportunity to go to a budget at CAP with a full medical waiver. You are making the decision to not utilize that money. And therefore, the coaches, the tech coaches at the elementary level, and the literacy and math coaches at the middle level are being cut. As a parent, my children benefited tremendously from the aid of those coaches. My son was born with a spectrum disorder. He received intensive therapy, 10 hours a week. He went to Dugan Elementary School, where through the process and the help of the fabulous educators, he was declassified. He still had learning difficulties. At middle school, Miss Osgoodby, his literacy coach, worked with him tirelessly to make sure he had the skills necessary to continue on an academic path where he could gain academic success. I am thrilled to be standing before you today to say that my son is graduating Marlboro High School this year on a presidential scholarship. He would not have had that without the intervention from the literacy coaches and the fabulous educators he received. You have an opportunity to accept the budget that was presented on the 28th of February, and then subsequently, each month after that, when Mr. Caravello broke it down by department and slideshows and showed you what would it look like if we cut this program. I remember it didn't come up to enough money. The only way are bodies. And I implore you, go to the CAP with the waiver so that our real estate values stay high because our educational system is stellar. Thank you.
I have. So last one on this digital list is Karen Tesler.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm not really on Facebook a lot, but I saw that somebody was disparaging the Marlboro Education Foundation back from 2012. And it was brought to my attention by some other people here that also that's happening. I have now I'm working in my second elementary school on the child study team. I would like to tell you that Marlboro Education Foundation, along with several colleagues, I've been lucky enough to be awarded 3 different grants for 3 different things. The first grant that I was awarded at Tofino was for children to play through learning. So all were educational games that we created a sign out that the entire school got to use. That included the students that are impacted by the coaches who are on Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. It worked for the pull-out resource classes, the in-class resource centers, and also self-contained classes. They were used and they're still there. I also was awarded a grant for social emotional learning. They were all regular books that anybody can read to their children, like Giraffes Can't Dance, that all teach a valuable lesson. We took those and we used our PDP and we went into all classes throughout the building. The entire child study team, along with the school counselor, did this and did mini lessons, and we did that several times a year. It was so impactful that I was lucky enough to get money through special services and start that same program at Robertsville. And we've already done it once. We are scheduled to do it again during NJSLA testing so the kids can have a break in the afternoon. That beautiful sensory hallway that you saw, that was another grant that I wrote with my colleague that was also awarded from the Marlboro Education Foundation. Before, people are going to disparage volunteers who come and provide many things that normally are not in our budget, that obviously we have to cut things that, like teachers. When they're not in our budget, the Marlboro Education Foundation comes in and provides things that have long-lasting effects on our students. I implore you, before you start disparaging people that volunteer, give their time, and provide games, activities, programs, a million different things that they do. They have long-lasting effects, as you saw from the video. Thank you.
That is it on both my lists.
Thanks, Ben. Val?
Is my mic on? Give me a mic. I just had one question in regards to what Ms. Salachi and Ms. Tesler was mentioning. Nobody on this board has ever disparaged or spoken ill of MEF. We are nothing but thankful for all of the hard work and support that they have for the Marlboro School District. I'm very confused as to why it's being slated as if we ever had any sentiment other than nothing but gratitude and thanks to the MEF. Community members are allowed to come up and speak about whatever they want to speak about. It is their free will and their liberty to do so. And we welcome MEF. If a community member ever says something disparaging, you are always welcome to the mic, like everyone else in this community, to speak on your behalf. But we, as a board and as a district, have never said anything disparaging, and I don't appreciate us being slated that we did say something, because none of us got up at a mic and said anything about MEF. So I'd like to clarify that. Thank you.
Again, I just had one other piece of that. I'm grateful for my couple of months on the board and even before what the MEF has gifted to the different schools that I've seen. I don't know if people are mentioning posts or the social media. That I don't know that piece because we're not commenting there. The only time I understand that this occurred was somebody came to the mic in the last meeting and mentioned something or asked a question about MEF to Mrs. Rosado's point. So if we're missing something, please let us know, but nobody who sat here has mentioned anything about the MEF, at least that I know of.
I'll echo that as well. I mean, I've been thankful to the MEF way back in 2012 when I was first on the board for 9.5 years. They've always did nothing but give to the children, give to the time, and give great. I remember they gave the bells to Memorial as well. It was a great addition they had given to our district and as all the others. So, again, I would take my time to thank them as well.
Just a final thought also, as the MEF liaison, I have been in correspondence with the president of the MEF trying to organize an invitation to their meeting, as I'm eager to find out more about the programs that they offer and the grants that they give. I'm actually meeting with them for the first time the first week of May, but other than a few email exchanges back and forth that I initiated, I don't see the connect between a Facebook post that none of us had anything to do with and any type of disparaging rumors.
Good evening, everyone. I would just like to first thank the MTEA. All of you are, I've known many of you for a really long time. I see a lot of familiar faces, so I appreciate Jessica, Chris, Chrissy, John, Karen, Lauren, and Krista for your impassioned speeches. They were so eloquent, and I think we should all be proud that we have such great teachers in the school district. So thank you. I would like to address two individuals, Mrs. Patel and Mrs. Schambag, you both came with similar concerns, so I would like to address them really because they traverse my area with instruction in terms of the health standards and the way they're going to look webinar style. So just a few things that were stated that I would like to clarify and correct, and I know all of the teachers in the audience will appreciate this. So Ms. Schambach, you had mentioned that the curriculum is adopted by the state. So the state does not adopt curriculum, the state adopts standards. So the curriculum is how we teach those standards. We adopt that as a district, the board adopts that, and we get to make it look like how we want it to look here in Marlboro, to be age appropriate for our students, especially in a pre-K through 8 school district. The state doesn't approve any of the curriculum that we actually have here in the district. You had asked who vets the webinar vendor. We're actually not using a vendor for our webinar. We're using one of our talented teachers. The webinar will be conducted much like any other lesson, with the expectations of a lesson that would be observed by an administrator. So all of the key components of that lesson will be contained at that webinar. I plan to introduce the webinar with Mr. Tagenhorst, our supervisor of comprehensive health and PE, and we'll kick it off. We will then pass it off to our talented teacher who will deliver the content, and then we'll have a closing statement. Mrs. Patel, I know you had some concerns regarding the 75% who opted in and then the 25% who opted out. It's not that the 25% who opted out get to decide for the rest of you. The 25% who opted out will still be opted out, right? So those individuals will not be exposed, those students will not be exposed to these standards that were identified by the district in collaboration with the board. We, like any good organization, act reflectively. So when the curriculum committee met, Mrs. Rosado actually brought to the table, and thank you for doing that, a really good idea, thinking differently, and did research on what other school districts are doing throughout New Jersey. There are some school districts in New Jersey who just simply removed the standards from their curriculum guides. There are some school districts in New Jersey who sent it home to parents to say, you teach this at home because we don't believe in that. We didn't want to do either of those things because we know we are mandated to teach standards by the state. Knowing full well the collaboration that this Board of Education would like to include parents in the education of their children along with the school community, the greater school community, this seemed like a great idea. And I will say, while Mrs. Rosado did initiate the idea, about a week later, Mrs. Amster turned to me and said, are you okay with this? Because I want to make sure that A, we're doing the right thing, and B, that we're not forcing you into this. So I do appreciate that, so thank you for asking me that, and I wholeheartedly supported it. So if there are any issues with the delivery of that content, I welcome you to contact my office and we can have a conversation about it. I do support it as an educator, and I think including families into teaching these really sensitive topics, still using our talented staff member to do it, is the right call. I think that's all I have.
For the gentleman that asked about the ethics training, we did have it scheduled at our usual meeting in January. The meeting went long. We discussed it with our attorney. It was okay to push it. There's not a deadline you have to have it by. It is scheduled to be done for the entire board at our May meeting. So, and Vin will be doing a presentation with a PowerPoint presentation a little bit later on in the meeting, so some of your questions regarding the budget may be answered then. If not, we'll have a secondary public comment session specific to the budget as well, and then an ending public comment section as well.
Yes, so to follow up from Kathleen, I would just like to state that a lot of these questions I will answer during the public hearing. So I'll bring this up there and make sure to answer all of these questions that have been given to us regarding the budget.
Thank you, Vin. Communications, Mr. Balone?
I don't have any communications.
Superintendent's HIB report?
Yes, we have from April 6th through April 19th, 2023, 0 incidents.
Thank you. Meeting dates, Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023 special, Tuesday, May 16th, 2023 regular. Approval of minutes resolution. Val, would you like to read, please?
The superintendent of schools submits the following for approval. Approval of minutes.
February 20, want to read that?
I so move. Oh.
February 20, just read February 28th.
February 28th, 2023. Sorry, I don't remember the date. I so move.
Do I have a second? Christina, any discussion? See none?
Sure. Mrs. Jankowski?
Abstain.
Thank you. Mrs. Seward? Mr. Alonsky?
Yes.
Mr. Petruno? Mrs. Rosado?
Yes.
Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
And Mrs. Amster?
Yes. Secretary Business Administrators Report, Ben?
Sure. This is the monthly report for the month of March for the board secretary's monthly certification and also the payroll certification for the month of March.
Okay, thank you. Should we wait for that vote?
Yeah. Yeah, we can wait and we'll table back to take the 2 board members' votes. Hi, Mrs. Seward. We're just going back to voting on the minutes for a roll call. So, Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Thank you. That's 5.
Committee reports, Communications Committee, Annette?
The Communication Committee had a collaborative discussion with the Curriculum Committee, so we're going to have a statement together.
Christina?
Okay. So a couple of things. Recently, New Jersey released a proposed learning standards, new proposed learning standards for both ELA and math. What's great about this is that they have afforded the stakeholders and the districts the opportunity to provide feedback and input via email until June 7th. So the curriculum committee has been tasked, along with administration, to break down the standards to see any elements or verbiage that may be of concern, give feedback to the state. Ultimately, just like the health curriculum, we decide on what this is going to look like in our classrooms, and we will be communicating on any developments on this endeavor. Additionally, in regards to peer leadership, we're looking at the framework we're currently using, looking into updating resources in collaboration with participating staff members. To Annette's point, the coffee chat, the topic for the coffee chat, which will be on May 10th at the board office, will be the health webinar, which will be held the week of May 22nd. You will be receiving an email blast to RSVP. This will not be shared or recorded due to, sensitive conversations that may be happening in this more intimate setting. But we definitely want to shout out the hard work in this endeavor. Morgan Gross, Tricia Tindorf, and Megan White, thank you so much for all your support. and dedication to making this event such a success. Really timeless, time after time, they're really showing that they are putting that work in to make this a success. And then finally, the health webinar. Mr. Ballone just spoke about that. That will be the week of May 22nd. Information will be forthcoming.
Thank you, Christina. Thanks. Public hearing on the 23-24 school year budget. Oh, sorry, policy. Val.
The Policy Committee will be meeting on Friday morning. We are in the process of reviewing approximately 10 policies, so we'll obviously share that with you as a first reading, so you can all give your feedback, comments. We welcome any feedback from the community, and so we'll be presenting that to you within the coming months. So more to come on that, but we're meeting on Friday.
Vinny, do you mind if I just make a statement before you start your presentation?
Yeah, not a problem.
So as we're leading up to the public hearing on next year's school year budget, just want to clarify a few things. There were some things said tonight that need some clarification. So number one, I'm sure Mr. Caravello can speak to it as well. When initial budget discussions are had, there are options that are put on the table. It doesn't mean that Mr. Caravello's and mine, because we work very closely together, not just the two of us, but this entire board. We work collaboratively to create a budget that is fiscally responsible. We wish we didn't have to make any cuts. That's the bottom line. But when we present different options, we look at the ramifications of all of those different options. So when you may have heard that the current proposal that you see before you here tonight do not affect students, that's a pretty broad statement, right? Everything affects students here. So you could make an argument that anything we do affects students, and that's actually a good thing because we're a school district. However, this board operated under the overarching theme of they were very, very concerned to not increase class sizes. Obviously, you know, if we had more students come in, then you have no control over that per se. However, the cuts, and when we talk about cuts, when Vinny talks about a cut, it allows him to use that money. The 6 MTEA cuts that we're discussing tonight, while I understand the job is going away, those individuals will still have a job. So we were very concerned about that piece. These talented educators will be going back into a classroom and dealing with students, not only in groups, but one-on-one. I know there was a concern that one-on-one student work would be missed. I am working together with both middle school principals to revamp the innovations courses to ensure that the RTI process still gets carried out, that students are getting the attention they need, and of course small group instruction and one-on-one instruction is happening in classrooms. I know all of you do that. Those of you sitting out there right now who are classroom teachers do that. Is it difficult? It is. It's very difficult, but we have a lot of tools now that enable us to do that a little better. And I think we need to operate under the assumption that we're going to have to do more with less, right? And sometimes those difficult decisions have to be made. But I would be remiss if I didn't share that, you know, this is not the board versus administration or vice versa. This board has worked very closely with us. Again, just like the health standards, they've looked at us to say, is this going to be okay? I'm really concerned, is this going to be okay? And while it's going to be different, I am confident it will be okay because of the individuals like you.
Thank you, Mr. Ballone.
I'm sorry, can I just say something real quick? Is that okay? I just wanted to address the community also. My name's Aldo Petrino, And first of all, I wanted to thank Mr. Balone because this is my second year on the board, and the difference between my involvement and, you know, the board's involvement and collaboration between last year and this year has been night and day to me. And I don't think it would have been possible without Mr. Balone being, you know, so on board with working with the board and on board with, you know, all of these very difficult decisions that we have to make. So I just want everyone to understand that, you know, you know, I hope everyone understands that everything we're doing is being done, you know, with the most sincere care for the children in the school. And, you know, I just want to make sure that everyone realizes and understands that, you know, it's not being taken for granted and these decisions aren't made lightly. So, you know, I just wanted to, like, put that out there, and also to, you know, to Mr. Balone's point that it was a collaboration, because you know, I voted no last year to the budget, and I know that this year I feel much more involved in the process, and I really, you know, I appreciate all the work you've done, and even putting yourself out there, because this is not an easy position for you to be in. You know, there's 9 of us, there's 1 of you, and you've really, you know, you've really impressed me so far, and thank you. So, you know, I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everybody. So now I'm going to present the public hearing for the 23-24 budget. I apologize if I turn one way. I'll try to do my best to address everyone. So the first slide gets into really the challenges that we faced in developing this budget. As you can see, there's a multitude of challenges that we face. These are some of the larger ones. Again, everybody's facing this in their everyday life: inflation and supply chain delays. We've had to account for numerous increases in almost every facet of education, whether it be security, transportation, tuition, food service. Everywhere you look, prices seem to keep increasing. We continue to face S2 cuts and now Chapter 44 cuts, with a decrease in state aid and a decrease in our local tax levy per Chapter 44. Increased costs for utilities. When we did our utility analysis at the end of the fall, we started to see that the increases were in excess of 15%, and that was for gasoline, diesel, natural gas, oil, and electricity. Increased costs for the maintenance of just facilities, basically just to maintain what we currently have. Increased costs for all transportation services, whether that be for out-of-district students, contracted services, jointures. We've seen an increase from vendors from that. I believe the CPI this year was 5.86%, which vendors were allowed to charge. Increased costs for special education out-of-district tuition, hand in hand with transportation. When the new rates come out for the out-of-district placements, they've all seemed to increase dramatically, some by 10%. The big one, the increase in health benefit costs. We saw an increase of approximately $2.3 million from the previous year, which equated to about a 15.9% increase in health benefits, which is why the state offered the waiver, which I'll get into later on. The PERS pension plan, this is an annual allotment that we are given, or an annual bill that we are given that we have to pay to the state. It increased to $1.5 million. So this is a brief, I don't know if you can see the red dot, okay. So this is a brief overview of the district state aid since the inception of the S2 cuts. So as you can see, 18-19 before S2 and continuing on until where we are now in 23-24, the state aid decrease from year over year has been anywhere from 500,000 to as much as $1 million. We actually saw our lowest state aid decrease this year, which was 214,000. The cumulative decrease for year over year equates to about 4.1 million we have lost in the amount of state aid from the Department of Education. Couple that with what started in 22-23 was the Chapter 44 decreases. Now the Chapter 44 decreases are, so we have to submit basically a file every fall showing if we have saved or calculated any savings from the health benefits. When we submit that, the state uses that as a calculation to see if they are able to utilize savings on taxpayers. The way they do that is they shave off of the top of our max cap. So in essence, they'll give us their final determination and they will basically adjust our cap and reduce it and say, this is what you're now allowed to go up to and charge 2%. You are no longer allowed to go up to what you had. So we've been fighting that as well through appeals or really just through revising our numbers to make sure that it is as accurate as can be, because I believe originally when we proposed this, last year they tried to take away 800,000 and as you can see, it was only 81,000. This year, I believe they tried to take away 400,000 and again, this year it was only 40,000, but it still has an effect on how much we can go up to with the 2%. So when we build the budget, we find strategies to reduce the tax impact as best as possible. Prior to the initial budget presentation, we worked tirelessly to present a responsible budget that had the most minimal reductions as possible, and this is where the strategies we actually took into place to follow that. So early on, we request all departments and all school level buildings to just really try to zero in on zero-based budgeting, and that is really don't just budget year over year of what you need. Start from scratch and budget exactly what you need for that school year, not so much just, oh, I liked having it, so I want to carry it over. We analyze utility trends to try to accurately budget for utilities. We do that in the fall, and we start seeing that they're starting to spike up because the BPU will issue rate increases around that time, so we can kind of track to see where that's going. We like to utilize money from our reserve accounts, whether it be maintenance reserve, capital reserve, and this is really to offset anything that has to be included in the operating budget, so we can actually do, one-time projects or other capital projects of that nature. We're still utilizing the remaining ESSER funds. In this way, we're utilizing them to offset some of the summer POR we offer and also the ESY programs that are expanding this year. We utilize the surplus to help offset inflationary increases. So when the auditor was here a few weeks ago or a few meetings ago, he talked about our surplus. Usually when that surplus is built, it is taken into account for next year's budget and really considers is your base of your budget. So you actually have to build off of that. So you always try to keep a realistic surplus to where you're able to build a solid foundation for the next year's budget. The utilizing of the health benefit waiver offered by the state to offset the 15.9% increase in health benefits. Now, before we made the reductions, we did propose this at our February 28th meeting. But after looking at that and really diving into it, we felt like it was unfair to the taxpayers of Marlboro and the community as a whole to go up to 4.01%, which is what it would equate it to in your increase in taxes. That equates to, I believe, from year over year, so last year's tax levy was around 80 million. When if you took the full 4% with the waiver, it would have been about 83 million, so another $3 million you would have added on. So after that initial meeting, we met collectively as a whole administration and board to really discuss what were our options, because we felt like it was not feasible to go up to 4%, and we really wanted to try to see what other areas we could possibly find to really minimize that impact, because we also have been told that the health benefits are going to go up another 15% the following year. So we really are trying to just start planning ahead now for things that may come in the future. And now some may ask, why are we staying in the state health benefits program? Well, there's a few reasons. So for a district this large to get out of the health benefit program, we usually have to run our claims experience. When we run our claims experience, it says, hey, you're good to go. You can get quoted out from other companies. You can get pretty good pricing, or your experience is not so good. I don't advise you to leave, because if you do leave, you're going to get hit with probably more than 15%, probably 20 to 25%. That's what was advised to us from our health broker as well. So we took that into consideration as well, because we felt like, okay, we have to stay in the state health benefit program because there really is no other option for this year and maybe next year, because it's really hard for your claims experience to improve in 1 year. It takes a little bit. So after that, we met collectively many times. Many memos were shared, many meetings were held in executive, maybe not in public, but they were definitely held between all of us to discuss how we can reduce it by approximately $1 million. Now, the reason we got to that figure is initially when we implored to go to the cap and the waiver, our budget shortfall was about $2 million. So to kind of get to where we got to $1 million, and you'll probably say, why didn't you cut $2 million? Well, initially when we were calculating our state aid loss, it was about $665,000. As you can see from the slide back, the number of the state aid decrease was actually $214,000. So that's approximately about $450,000 that you can build back into the budget. So if you shave that off the $2 million shortfall you had, it's approximately about 1.5 and a half, 1.6 million. So right there, the waiver would be able to cover that. Now we are utilizing some of the waiver. We are utilizing $641,000 of the waiver, as you'll see on the agenda for tonight. If you subtract that from the remaining shortfall, it equates to approximately $1 million, in which that was our target to try to cut that, to try to balance the budget and really not go to 4%. So the next slide really gets into the detail of the budgetary reductions that we are proposing. The first reduction is the reduction of 2 administrative positions. These 2 positions are the 10-month special ed supervisor and the human resources manager, and that equates to about $235,000. Now this is inclusive of benefits as well. It's not just salaries. So that number includes the benefit portion as well. The reduction of the 6 teaching positions for $510,000, which includes the benefits, that is the 2 literacy coaches for middle school, the 2 math coaches for middle school, and the 2 tech coaches. The reduction of the 1 support staff position, that is the assistant supervisor of security. And then the other items to try to get to $1 million, we eliminated the maintenance truck and single man lift that we had budgeted for. Every school, when we meet in November, we implore them to build a 10% reduction in each school's individual's budgets. Those plans were actually enacted, and we took that to reduce the budget as well. We eliminated programs such as Reading Eggs and Raz Kids for grades 1 and 2, which I believe Mr. Balone is now going to be fulfilled through Smarty Ants. Reduction architect and engineering fees. The reason we reduced those fees is because, as stated in previous meetings, we want to continue doing our HVAC program, but we applied for a grant that could possibly give us 40% of funding. Those grants, I believe the deadline was May 1st, well after this budget has to be approved, so we are actually going to pump the brakes on that and wait to see if we get approved for the grant, which would cover about 40% of the total project. So we felt like we didn't need those fees in there for the 23-24 year. Elimination of the Chromebook pilot for kindergarten grade. This was an initiative that we wanted to pursue and try to eliminate the iPads and provide Chromebooks for almost every grade level, or every grade level. The reduction in homeless contracted transportation, that's really just something that we felt we don't anticipate having as much as a homeless situation as we did this year, so we were able to reduce that. And then the other 2 is reduction in repair, maintenance, security, reduction in cost for Achieve 3000 and Actively Learn. And this was a reduction because we were able to go to a multi-year agreement rather than charging year after year. They were actually able to give us a savings by going into a multi-year agreement. So this is basically just an analysis of showing you what the total revenues and appropriations projected would have been if you were at 4%, which was what the tentative budget was and approved as, and what is the final budget adoption of 2.77%. As you can see, the difference is just $1 million is what we're reducing the budget by. So the 2% plus the $640,000 tax, the 2% tax levy increase plus the $640,000 health benefit waiver is where you get the 2.77% tax levy increase. The 2% plus the $1,640,000 is where you would get the 4%. So you could see by us reducing it $1 million, we're really just taking it out of what we're utilizing for the health benefit waiver. So some of the highlights of this budget. When we were constructing this budget, the things we focused in on is we tried to maintain all instructional programs and services that included core subjects, special education, and related arts. We wanted to maintain current classroom staffing levels. And also classroom sizes is something that we try to focus on and make sure that they don't get out of control and don't get too large. And like Mr. Balone said, you can't control how many students come into a district at one time, but we try to do our best with sections in which we create. We tried to continue on focused student achievement, and we want to sustain our technology, hardware and software, because cyber is a big thing, and we try to keep on that and keep on looking at ways to better protect ourselves from the outside world when it comes to technology, and also upgrading the students and staff's technological needs, whether it be devices or software. We are supporting and continuing the presence of the Class 3 officers and the SROs in all the district schools for the 23-24 school year as well. Some other budget highlights by department: special services. This budget includes an extended ESY program as well as continuing to provide summer POR for needy students. It includes the conversion of the half-day integrated preschool program to a full-day program. The curriculum budget includes replacement, which was a massive one, of textbooks and other materials for math grades K and grades 3, social studies grades K through 8, and science grades 1 through 5. This also does include the addition of IXL for ELA and science. Now, human resources budget really included the continuation of the contracted substitute services. We've seen the fill-in rates actually improve drastically from when they were first brought in to now. I believe it's hovering around over 80% or close to it now. Building and grounds, we want to include to keep maintaining the district facilities. Mainly a lot of that is being done out of the maintenance reserve withdrawal, which was the $1 million. This is a breakdown of the $1 million for the maintenance reserve withdrawal. So some of the big area items and the big projects we anticipate doing this year are the asphalt and concrete repairs, and that's continuing district-wide. Now, last year we thought we would be able to do a lot more because of the price of oil that is used in the asphalt. We were not able to do as much as we would like, so we wanted to budget another solid amount to try to continue to fix those areas that really need to be addressed. The flooring at Dugan, the Early Learning Center, the Marlboro Elementary, Memorial Middle School in Robertsville. For basically district-wide, we're really trying to address flooring upgrades where we feel is absolutely necessary. And that be whether a classroom has to be abated, new tile needs to be put down because it's cracked or lifting. We walk around with the B&G department to continually assess what needs to be done there. The replacement rooftop HVAC units at Asher Homes, these are at the end of their useful life. They're set to be replaced. We would like to budget for those and replace both of those as well. Courtyard drainage. This was an improvement that we set out to do a few years ago we were never able to do. This is the Early Learning Center, Memorial Middle School. There are drainage issues when it rains. It does tend to flood. We wanted to explore options to possibly fix that. The repointing of the brickwork at Marlboro Elementary in Robertsville. District-wide painting, which is something we do annually every year. Miscellaneous school and classroom improvements. That says Defino Central in Robertsville, but mainly that is really for district-wide. We tend to spread that out and try to make improvements, whether it be kitchenettes or other areas of the school that may need upgrades. And so all of that gives you the total of the $1 million from the reserve. So we try to be efficient, and the ways we try to be efficient is we continually try to have shared services built in. Some of these shared services, as you know, with Marlboro Township, we have Class 3 officers, we have SROs. We're going to continue to have that next year. For your regional high school district, they actually handle our non-public transportation, so all of our aid in lieu payments to the parents are run through Freehold Regional. Ed Data is a cooperative purchasing for district supplies. That is something that our classrooms, our teachers, our principals, they all utilize to purchase supplies throughout the year, and especially at the beginning of the year. MOESC, ESC, and J, these are contracted routes for regular education and special education. These are two of the vendors we utilize to really try to find the best price for transportation. For Marlboro Township, we both utilize to purchase fuel for the buses, and we also partnered with them to for electricity to try to keep our energy prices down. Monmouth County Insurance Fund, we are in a pool for workers' comp only. Our other insurance is a standalone policy. And then we provide busing services for the township recreation summer programs. So here is an overall breakdown of what we're proposing for the budget, and really by area. So as you can see, instruction, pupil support, and benefits account for 73.7% of total expenditures. Now, I believe so pupil services consist of social workers, CST, health, media, speech, curriculum, and guidance. And the 73.7% equates to about $70 million of that $95 million budget. Administration is 8%, and that is about $7,600,000 part of the budget. And then you can see other areas that level out to 100%. So you may not be able to see that, but I'll read them. So transportation is 6%, operating and maintenance is 11.8%, staff development is 0.2%, administration is 8%, benefits are 19.6%, capital outlay is 0.3%, instruction is 43.9%, and pupil support is 10.2%. So when we build the budget, it has to be balanced. Fund accounting and balancing of budgets for school districts, revenues have to equal appropriations. So as you can see on the last slide, appropriations, 95 million. Same exact number for revenues, they have to balance. What comprises our revenues are mainly local tax. 87% of your total revenues comes from the community. And that equates to about $82 million. State aid equates to about 7.4 million, which is about 7%. As you can see, that's about 95% of your total revenues. The rest is filled through whether we take a withdrawal out of maintenance reserve. Extraordinary aid is always budgeted. Tuition, which is your full-day pre-K tuition. Lottery students is also budgeted. Your rentals, your interest earnings, your student activity fees, and again, the budget fund balance and the surplus is what we talked about in a prior slide. The one thing on here that's unique is the sale of property. So we are gearing up to sell the old building and grounds building that is located on Tennant Road. There's the annex building. So that'll be built into the budget as revenues. So this is just some historical budget information, just a trend you could see year over year of how much our budget's been, how much it's changed, the percentage of change, and the tax rate. And you can see our enrollment as well. Now, I believe the enrollment for this is budgeted enrollment, because you'll see on the next slide, enrollment looks slightly different, but that's because that's actual enrollment as of October 15th. So your budgeted enrollment, as you can see, the trends have, it sharply decreased, and it's now starting to increase back to pre-COVID numbers. 21, 22, 22, 23, 21, 22, we were at our lowest, but we're slowly starting to see an uptick in just resident and families moving into town, more students being enrolled into the district, and we believe that trend is going to continue to go up, especially with the developments that have been going around Marlboro. So your enrollment history and projections. As you can see, 17-18, we were pretty high, 4,872 students, and then it slowly started to decrease, but now the trend is starting to uptick in the other way. Both middle schools in Dugan approximately make up about half our enrollment, about 50%. You can see the breakdown. Abbott is about 11.9% of total enrollment. Middle is 21%. Memorial is 16% of our total enrollment. Asher is 9.6%. Robertsville is 10.3%. Dugan is 12.2%, DeFino is 9.7%, and Marlboro Elementary is 9.3%. So even though we are New Jersey and we have some of the highest taxes, we are still amongst the lowest compared to other districts similar of our size. So when it says other I districts, these are district factor groups. So the state and the Department of Ed will categorize districts based on their size and their socioeconomic factors such as demographics, income, things of that nature. So when these numbers are based off of the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs and based on an average assessment of approximately $500,000 for the 2022 calendar year. So as you can see, Marlboro Township is about, for an average $500,000 home, $11,452 a year in property taxes, which ranks approximately third amongst other I districts that are in Monmouth County. Now on the right-hand side, other comparable I districts such as East Brunswick, Livingston, Princeton. The only one that is lower than ours would be East Brunswick Township, which is also K through 12. So here's just an analysis of the tax impact of the 2.77% in which we're proposing. So the tax rate per $100 of assessed valuation from the 1920 budget and on, you can see there has been an increase. There was a decrease in 2021, and that was due to us going to the full 2%, but also our debt service and referendums being finally paid off, so it showed as a decrease that year. But 21, 22, 22, 23, and 23, 24, the tax rate has continued to increase, as well as the ratables and the assessed valuations of all homes, businesses, everything in Marlboro has continued to increase as well. So for your 2.77% tax rate, your property tax increase per each average assessed valuation ranging from $300,000 to $700,000 is as follows. So $67, you would see an increase for $300,000, $90 for an increase of $400,000, $112 for a $500,000 assessed valuation, $135 for $600,000, and $157 for $700,000. Now, I believe one of the questions that were brought up was what it would be for 4%. So if you were to take the full health benefit waiver to 4.01%, your increases would be $108 per year for a $300,000 home, $144 per year for a $400,000 home, $180 per year for a $500,000 home, $216 per year for a $600,000 home, $253 per year for a $700,000 home, and $289 per year for an $800,000 home. Now, $800,000 is not on this slide for 2.77%, but I do have that. It would be $180 per year. And then I believe another question was, well, what happens if we were to just put the positions back into the budget? So putting those positions back into the budget would be about a $500,000 increase that you would have to make to the budget. So in essence, you would be taking another $500,000 of that waiver. So that would bring it to about, I believe, 1.1 million in which you would take in the form of that waiver instead of 640,000. So if you were to put that $500,000 back into the budget, it would be about a 3.39% tax levy increase. And so I'm going to go in order of a $300,000 assessed value home to $800,000. So for 300, it would be $88 increase. 400, it would be $117 increase. 500,000, it would be $146 increase. 600,000 would be $175 increase. 700,000, it would be a $205 increase, and 800,000, it would be a $234 increase. Now for the middle one, I did that math while I was sitting there, so I may be off a few dollars, but but I believe it's right around that roundabout number. And that is it for the public hearing, so I'll open this up first to questions from the board.
Just a few things to clarify. The first thing is I just want to make this general statement for myself, but I know I share the sentiment with some of us. I can't speak for everybody. This was not easy for any of us, and I know you've said that. You should know that. We really genuinely mean that. And so we did meet with Mr. Caravello many times to discuss multiple options, and we did it collaboratively to Mr. Ballone's point. The other piece to consider is that we really did look to how we can share the responsibility between the school district and the taxpayers. And so just to go to 4% or above 4%, and then potentially next year another 4%, that would be in 2 years a tax increase of 8%. And so we tried to really be thoughtful behind it and figure out a way to just make these decisions and be fiscally responsible to the community and to the students and staff. And so that's kind of where that thought process came from. And so we still went to 2.77% in that thought, but we just wanted to make sure that we put that out there. At least I'm saying that piece.
Thank you.
Thanks, Valentina. I mean, I just want to add to that too. You know, when discussing this like health benefit waiver, like I said, it wasn't. This is not an easy. It's not an easy decision. Any way you cut it up and any way you look at it, you know, like especially, you know, like removing myself from the board member role and thinking of it as, you know, a taxpayer too, you have to look at the optics of it too, because it, you know, you keep hearing, well, you know, the government's going to let us go to 4% 1 year, you know, but when you really look at it, you know, with a broader view, you know, you realize the government's reducing our state aid amounts, you know, they're reducing the amounts that we receive, and then they're saying, but you can go to 4%. But all that means is that we're charging the taxpayers of the community more. And that's not a sustainable model. That was the biggest part for me. You know, the issue I had is that, you know, why do we have to make these difficult decisions tonight? It's because, you know, we're reducing the amount of state aid that we're getting from the government. They're reducing the amount that we're getting in state aid. And at the same time, you know, they're saying, well, you can go to 4% this year. And it sounds like a great idea. But in reality, it's not like going to 4% is giving us, you know, an additional $1 million that just comes from the state. That comes from the people of Marlboro. And that was a concern to me. You know, if this was not a public, you know, if this was a private company, the company would be out of business. You can't sustain like this. This is not a way to, you know, we need to figure out a way to get the budget in line so that we can keep the kids learning at, you know, at the rate we want them to, and keep the schools as, you know, as stellar as they are. And I know it's because of the hard work of the teachers and the administration and the staff. But at the same point, this health benefit waiver just really, you know, the way that it was just like presented to everyone to see, I don't think that it was given the correct optics, because it made it look like there was free money that we're not taking, and that's not the case. The money was coming from the taxpayers of Marlboro. And, you know, at the same time, they're also reducing the amount that we're getting in state aid. So, you know, it's a double wham. And it's, again, it's not a sustainable model. And I don't like making these decisions. This is actually probably the most difficult meeting that I've had to sit in. And, you know, it's unfortunate. And I think that with the hard work that we all put in together with, you know, with the administration, I feel that this was the least amount of impact on the students while still getting us into a lane where we're going to be able, where it will be a sustainable model. Like we're trending in the right direction now if this was the way we were to go. Unfortunately, the way that we were going before, yeah, it's great, to have more money. I'd love 10% if the state was giving it, but they're not giving it. They're just letting us take it from the community, and that's not appropriate. It's just, unfortunately, it's just the way it is, and I'm not happy about it. But, it just, at what point is enough enough?
Absolutely. And just something to clarify, I think, for all of us. Mr. Balone made the comment about the coaches, right, that are a vital asset to our school and our children. I just want to make that part clear, Mr. Balone, that you had stated that it's the position itself is being eliminated, but the staff that filled that position are going back into the classroom. So we, those people that make such an impact on our kids will still be here.
And just to build off of what Valentina said, as a former literacy coach whose position was absolved because of budgetary cuts, I do grasp the concept of this. I know how important the impact that literacy and math coaches make every day. I was that person, so I get it more than anybody. It made me feel better knowing that staff were being absorbed and not losing their jobs and their salary altogether while we're trying to deal with these budget cuts. But just to know that through intervisitations and common planning and professional development, you're still going to shine like the stars that you are and support the staff because that's what you do. That's who you are. And your fellow peers and teachers are always going to come to you to see best practices and to model after your expertise because that's who you are. It's part of your makeup. So again, I totally understand the loss of the position and the feeling of that in a building, and I can grasp that and appreciate it. But when we had to make these cuts, we all wholeheartedly did not want to impact any direct student learning where classrooms would have to be collapsed and students would be, thrown into other classrooms and teachers were losing their jobs. We did not want that, and this was, one way that we could make that happen.
Any other board members? Oh, Annette.
Hello. I just wanted to remind the community that it was just a few short months ago that I was on the other side of this table, and I have sat in on many board meetings where previous boards and administration took the opportunity to address Facebook misinformation. It was years and years and years of Facebook slander and toxic environments, and I just want to reiterate to the community that if you don't see it coming out of any of my fellow board members' mouths on social media, that it doesn't necessarily at all align with how we feel. So to make the assumption that there's these, I think I caught wind of something this week that we're cutting toilet paper from the budget. If it's just not coming from the horse's mouth itself, or if you haven't asked Vinny directly any information, please try not to spread any false information unless you have facts or you've done fact checking, because it's very easy to believe the social media rumors. Thank you.
Any other board members?
I just wanted to finish up and I'll come back in the middle, but so one point I left out of that presentation was, so every year when we build a budget, the state will tell us if we're below adequacy or above adequacy. And what they deem as adequate is that your level of spending is adequate to run basically a school district. So when they deem you over adequacy, they're basically stating that you need to put more pressure on the local fair share to raise, more taxes, more funding, more revenue. And that's why we're on the other end of S2 and why we're being cut. If you're below adequacy, you would be one of those districts who are receiving a lot of additional state funding, as you've been seeing. Some districts get pumped in millions of dollars for state funding because they're deemed below adequacy. You know, when we looked at this budget, we are going over the 2%. I've never been part of a board where we've gone over 2% when it's been allotted. So we are going to 2.77%, which is well over the 2% that you're allotted. There was an option to go to 4.01%. We just felt that that wasn't the best decision for the community as a whole because, again, there might be another impact next year where 15% of health benefits go up again, and what happens if they offer another waiver and we have to utilize that as well? So, you know, in essence, if you were to take 4% and 4%, you're looking at an 8% increase over 2 years, which I don't know if anybody would be comfortable proposing that to the community as a whole.
Thank you, Vin. Oh, Michael, hold on.
Vin, I just want to take a minute to thank you for all the comprehensive, and all the presentations you made at all the meetings, because the only way we can get to this point of knowing the full impact of the budget is going piece by piece, division by division, as you did, showing us why we're spending each money for transportation, why we're spending the money for curriculum, et cetera. So by doing that, it made it very clear to us, you know, what we gotta keep, and like Aldo said, making the hard decisions on, you know, how not to go to 4.1. You know, it's always the student, staff, and community. We have to look at all three things at once when formulating the budget.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vin. Amazing job.
And thank you to Chris Jelinski.
Thanks, Chris.
I'd like to open it up for the public to discuss or ask any questions just regarding the budget now. No other. Okay, Vin doesn't have a list for that, so thank you.
I think when I spoke earlier, there might have been a disconnect. If I said to everybody in this room, I want my $2, I want my $2, everybody would know the reference to the movie from Better Off, right? When Mr. Caravello just presented the budget to us on a home that's $500,000, going to the 4.1 from the 2.77 is less than $3 a month. I applaud your fiscal responsibility, but our district, in order to thrive, for less than $3 a month. And I never said that the literacy, math, or tech coach positions were being eliminated. Yes, they have a job in the district. It won't be to provide intervention services. I ask why, again, as a community member, you represent all of us. Less than $3 a month to keep the educators, not in the district, I know they have a job, to keep them providing small group instruction to our struggling learners for less than $3 a month. There's a reason why we are third on that list in districts. We are fiscally sound. Our taxes make us third at the top of the list, and we provide that stellar education. We need to maintain that. And I'm afraid if you don't go to the 4.1, we're not going to be able to provide the services to your children, to my children, in order to make them academically successful. You hear at every Board of Ed meeting, parents come up, and the struggle it is to fill classrooms and provide instruction. How much more can we squeeze into a 7-hour day?
So apparently my math is pretty good. I'm not certified in math. Don't put me in a math room. 112 versus 146 versus $180 extra a year. That's the choice. That was a choice you had. You did not have to make that cut. You chose to. And that choice, if you make it, says to us that we are not valued, that the support is not there, to keep thinking it's magic thinking that we're just all going to make it better when you eliminate the positions. We're going to do what's right. We're going to help kids no matter what. We're going to spend extra time, use our prep time to pull kids extra. We're not limitless. We do a job. We love kids, but it's not limitless. Don't just say we're just going to do it. Doesn't go on forever. And that we are the third lowest, cost, impact district in the I districts. I will say this, I've lived a long time. I'm an old lady. I know for good stuff, you got to pay good money. 11,000 a head. And you have a good district, not the best, but the good district here. Because we're not the best. We didn't have the highest rating this year. We did not. The districts with higher ratings, guess what? They pay more. That's how it works.
I'm glad I'm not sitting in your seats. To be honest with you, I appreciate what you're doing. I have a quick couple questions. Number one, is the 15% healthcare cost increase, is that all going to the employer, meaning you guys paying it, or it's being shared by the employees? Because this is going to happen next year, the way the healthcare costs are going up. So we may have to address that. Do you have an answer for that? And then I have one follow-up.
You want to ask all, you want the answer first for your follow-up, or can you ask all the questions and I'll answer?
The follow-up
it?
is different,
Okay, so your question is the 15% in healthcare cost increase, is that employer paid or is that employee paid? So that is the total health bill that we budget for, and what we face as a district is going up $2.3 million. So we have to budget for that share. Correct, that is the employer share.
My question was, is it 100% being shared by the employer, being you guys, or the residents, or employees are also sharing it? Meaning?
Yes, the employees contribute to their health benefits based on what is negotiated in their contract, whether their contribution level is.
So?
No, it's not. That is the employer responsibility. That is the board's responsibility of what we're paying. It's increasing by $2.3 million.
So the employee share is going up too?
The employee share is fixed per what they're negotiating in their agreement. So,
okay,
like
so it's not going up?
Well, it's percentage based, so it's going, they have a fixed contribution. So
the reason I'm asking you, like I said earlier, I'm glad I'm not in your shoes. It's going to happen again, and what the plan is, that if it is going to be a cost share, because if you work in a corporate America, every company where there is a healthcare increase, that's shared proportionately. And actually, it's been more shared by the employees than the employer lately for the last 15 to 20 years. I've been involved with that many times.
Yeah, so the cost of the health benefits go up every January. So in essence, their cost will go up, but their contribution level stays the same of what's negotiated within their agreement. The employer's share also goes up. So we are budgeting for the employer share to go up by $2 million. Now, when you reference to corporate America, depending what industry it is, they usually pass that cost on to the consumer to eat that cost when they're increasing anything in their business. That is essentially what we're doing here with the budget reductions.
Not all the time. I'm talking about it's being shared by the employer and the employee, and disproportionately by the employed lately. For the last 15, 20 years, I've seen it.
Okay.
Mr. Jolly, I just want to say one thing to you. I agree with you on that piece. I'm in corporate America too, and so if the cost to my employer goes up in health insurance, I then typically have to pick up a higher cost, is what you're saying. And Mr. Caravello is saying in this situation it is a little bit different because there's a contract that the staff has, and so it's negotiated. How much, huh?
But we're not. So we're not in a private plan. We're in a state.
We're not private.
We're
so
in
it's
a state benefit program. So they set the rate.
You can't compare. It's a little bit different to compare the two. You can't because it's a little bit of a different structure.
Great. I understand that. Do you know when the contract expires, their contract?
It expires June 30th.
Oh, okay, so it's renewable, it's next, okay.
Yes.
The follow-up question I had was, it seems like the decision you're making is going to cost a homeowner with even $600,000-$700,000 house appraised less than a cup of coffee a month, less than 1 cup of Starbucks. So do you think, is there a possibility to poll the residents if they are able to do it before you make this kind of small difference and large impact on the kids decision?
I mean, that...
Is this something can be considered by the board for the next year, maybe?
I mean, normally by statute, you have to follow the budget timeline. So in order to, poll residents for a vote, this is why these members are elected up here, is to make decisions.
I understand
on
that,
behalf of the
but
community.
if you can't wait till the next election, do you think you have that possibility? I'm just thinking outside the box.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but I think it's unfair to basically say that you know everybody's financial situation when you reference a cup of coffee.
No, I'm not. That's why I was suggesting polling. That's what I'm just giving you some food for thought.
Mr. Jolly. We don't normally poll for budgets, and I wouldn't recommend that because, again, we have timelines to adhere to. And that's why we have a board to discuss the budget with.
Correct. Thank you.
I'm trying to make your job a little bit easier.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, it's...
I'm not working against you.
I've been trying to make my job a little bit easier too, but it's not working.
I know. I'm glad I'm not in your shoes. Thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John.
I mean it.
Oh, there's another public comment.
I just want to clarify something. I feel like it doesn't really matter what I say because you've already made the decision, but the cup of coffee thing is really disconcerting. I mean, I live in Homedale, and my taxes are pretty high, and I think it's a great district. I think we have a great district, and I'm a teacher. I'm obviously not rolling in the dough, but I definitely pay $10 more a month rather than cut people from schools. Another thing is for the coaches in middle school, so we do have an innovations teacher, just so that you know. We have an innovations teacher who can and does. We work together on the RTI process, and once kids get to middle school and they're struggling, interventions take a lot longer because the foundational skills are so lacking at that point that it just takes a lot longer to remediate. So they're in innovations longer, and that's not necessarily small group instruction, and it's definitely not one-on-one. So if you have one coach per elementary school, then we get 2.5 schools worth of kids, then you're leaving one person to do the job of 2.5 people who are doing that job in elementary. Does that make sense? I'm not Krista's math level, but that's my version of math. So if each elementary school has a coach, and then we get multiple elementary schools, having one innovations class is not going to be able to support the kids the way they need to be supported. And I want to reiterate that every year since I've been a coach, we have found kids with, some people don't call it dyslexia, but it sure looks like dyslexia, all kinds of reading comprehension issues and things like that, who have barely kept their heads above water. They're sweet kids, they work really hard, they get to 6th grade, and it's a punch in the gut. They start to hate school, they start to decline, the parents are worried about them, what's going on, and it's because once it gets tough, once they get here and all these different classes and teachers and all the different reading and writing and the demands on them, that's when we see that they have these struggles. And that's what we're taking away, the ability. I can't tell you how many children we have discovered with learning issues when they get to middle school. That's what you're giving up. That's what you're giving up. And the taxes seem pretty low from a person who pays some high ones. So I really do thank you for your work, and I don't envy you. I am an idea person if you ever want me to come to one of your secret meetings.
We don't have secret meetings. We do meet individually. We met in groups with Vin and Mr. Ballone.
When you're elected, you get to go to those meetings.
Ashley McCormick, I just have a quick question. The only thing that kind of is sitting weird with me is the coaches. I think you guys did an excellent job on everything else, speaking as a parent and speaking as a taxpayer. But can I ask, and maybe Mr. Ballone knows the answer, and if he does it, if someone can email me, that'd be great. Will there be no more coaches or just one coach left at the middle level, or two, or how many? And how many kids are in this per year? And how many, like, now do we have 100 kids that don't have a coach? Like, I'm just concerned on that. What's happening with that? Thank you.
So at the middle school level, it will be a different structure. There will be no instructional coaches at the middle school level. It's important to understand the varying structure of the two levels. The elementary level does not have the innovations course that everyone's talking about, and just put very plainly, the innovations course is designed for students who are struggling, who need extra support in math and ELA. So there is a dedicated teacher to that course. It's part of the related art cycle, and students rotate through. So they are getting that support. The elementary level does not have that structure, and that was one of the determining factors in making this decision. That is the fact. So that's an important distinction that we all need to make. Chrissy, I don't want you to think that decisions are already made and your voice is not being heard. You are all being heard. As discussed, these are very difficult decisions. So having a coach, I'll say it, is better than not. However, I'm not going to argue that piece, right? However, can we accomplish the same level of intervention if we can work with both principals? And I've had conversations with both principals already. These were not conversations that were made in isolation, in a vacuum. I reached out to both principals, and they will work creatively to utilize staff members to provide the level of service that our students need. So I think that's a really important distinction to make, that the structure and schedule of the middle school looks very different than the elementary level. It's not to diminish the work that the coaches have done at the middle school. This, again, not an easy decision. We know they've done great work. We know they've made great strides. We also know that our healthcare costs are skyrocketing. Every other cost is skyrocketing in the district and in our lives, and we need to make difficult decisions that have the least impact. Not that have no impact, because we recognize there is an impact, that have the least impact, that we can actually still service students the way we used to. When I taught here, there were no coaches at the middle school. And that doesn't mean that it was better, but that's the way it was. So we basically are reverting back to that, and we will support those students in the innovations courses. We have the ability, provided that schedules can accommodate, we have the ability to welcome more students into those courses. It's not like trying to get into C-level or accelerated math where we say, no, you haven't qualified to get in. So working with the principals and looking at the criteria for students with additional needs, we may be able to open that net up a little more, knowing full well that we have lost a really valuable resource in our coaches.
Mr. Ballone, Ms. McCormick, you asked how many students were going to be impacted by? Is that a question that we can answer?
I'd have to look at so
Is it
that's
hundreds?
a pretty broad question, right? You could say, well,
Every
and I think
student.
Ms. Botsford did mention, she talked about Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 RTI. So you could argue that she's affecting the entire school, and the math coach on the other side as well. If we're looking at actual students being pulled out, which would be Tier 3, I'd have to look at current spreadsheets. So I don't have those numbers in front of me,
I was
but
just curious.
it's certainly not hundreds, I can tell you that. It's less than hundreds, or
And
even 100.
Just another clarifying question. One of the community members had mentioned, I just want to make sure I reference it, that coaches are the only ones providing small group instruction. Is that true? Or do teachers, because I know I personally am not a coach anymore, but I do small group instruction in my normal class. Is that something ongoing?
Our teachers provide small group instruction on a daily basis. They will tell you that's something, I think, if you ask them a yes or no question, they would say absolutely. See
That's
their
what I
heads,
figured.
they're nodding. All the way from pre-K up through 8th grade. It does look different, right, at the higher levels, but small group instruction is happening in all of our classrooms. I observe classes as well. I observe our 4th-year teachers who are just about to get tenure. I see it all the time. I get reports back from the supervisors, from the principals, from the vice principals, special services as well. Small group instruction is happening in every one of our classrooms.
That's what I assumed. When I heard that comment, I kind of got confused a little bit. Thank you.
Two quick points just to speak to that. We all do small group instruction, of course. What the coaches allow for us, like I have a class of 25, and in that class I have special education students, ESL students, and 504 students. So by having my special ed teacher and then having the coach push in, it allows for more opportunity of that, which is of course what we want to do. But with this transition into the interventions being based on math innovations, the issues that we're having this year is our students aren't necessarily struggling in the first month of school when we're creating their schedules. We've had students in the second and even towards the end of the third marking period that, things are coming up, they're starting to struggle, we're finding learning gaps. And at this point in time, our students are blocked out of our math innovations. Those classes are full and they're capped. So because that math innovations class is not a general huge class, if the plan is that we're going to go to math innovations, there's still going to be kids who are not going to get that intervention. When I have students who are struggling right now who unfortunately were not able to get into our math innovations program, Mr. Talley comes in and works with them one-on-one. I work with them one-on-one. But by having that additional person who's able to push into classes, it's giving those kids more opportunity. And like Ms. Botsford was saying and Mr. Maldonado was saying, it's giving these kids who are really hitting a point that they're starting to get down on themselves and taking that road of I don't like school. By having that extra support, they're keeping up their confidence and they're still engaged in their learning. So it would really be detrimental to lose that, even if we expand our math innovations program, which in a perfect world, we would love to see both. But thank you.
Hi. So as I was listening to both sides, I have a kid in school. She's doing fine in school. We have no issues. But as a member of this community, I want what's best for our community, what's good for our kids. And when you hear about the breakdown of the budget and how when the facts are laid out to us, we see that it's not really that much that we have to put in terms of taxes. It's a few, maybe $20 per month. So you keep that perspective in mind. And then I think back, another issue I just thought of was last year when we had the whole thing about the health curriculum and the sex ed, and people were complaining, and we had spent so much time in so many meetings discussing back and forth. The board finally gave the community an option to have a forum, do a public vote, and let the community decide. Now, compare that to this, which is much bigger. This is, the school's future, that's the budget. Why don't, like Arun mentioned, think outside the box, do something similar, take a vote out into the community, into the parents, give them the two options, have parents see the dollar amounts, and let them decide, then people feel they have a vote. You're listening to all these teachers that are telling you, and I remember from last year how my daughter told me that teachers were skipping lunch and filling in for teachers that were missing because of COVID, and I know you said that now our situation is better, but I don't know how accurate that is. So how is that's going to be even worse now if you're going to be cutting the program instead of making it better. So I want our school district to do well. Our taxes are low enough, as Vinny showed us in the I district, we're amongst the lower. To maintain quality, we have to give something. And it is not a big ask to increase the budget for that little amount and get so much benefit. This is a core need. It's not a want. It's a need, a necessary service for us to maintain our promise to our kids and our schools. So I would like you guys to consider that option. And please, don't think that the book is closed on this. You need to keep your mind open and think about making that option of getting that out to the community to vote. So I would please request it before you decide on the vote.
Seth Amster. So I'd just like to make a couple of points. I think it's a little disingenuous to talk about a cup of coffee, right? I've been in Marlboro here for 15 years. My taxes have gone from $8,500 to almost $13,000. That's not a cup of coffee, okay? The second thing is, if you look at since so I think a lot of this anger is misplaced. If you look back since S2 2018, just in those individual years, my taxes have gone up almost $500. And that's not in spite, I'm sorry, what Mr. Caravallo said. We were lucky enough to have almost $300 of my personal taxes come off when the bond went out of existence. Thank God that taxpayers in the past, when we had a chance to vote on the budget, that wasn't passed, and we didn't build unnecessary classrooms with the enrollment going down based on the numbers that were presented here tonight. I would also like to just say is that a lot of what's said here is this is not the forum. Yesterday in Trenton, the Assembly passed a bill of well over $100 million to augment the monies being displaced from not just our district, but numerous districts. I'm not even sure, I don't know if our district is going to be eligible for any of that $100 million. I mean, I think obviously that could come into play with what's being talked about here tonight. But again, our government in New Jersey made a decision to cut money, and they made specific choices in specific districts. That's number one. On top of that, obviously, I've been here, I have 5 children, and all my children have gone through the public school system. Most of them have had a very good education. One of our children didn't, and he had a very difficult time. That doesn't say anything about an individual teacher. There's a system in place. So while I appreciate the teachers coming up here and voicing their concerns, again, as a taxpayer, you are elected official. Of course you represent the students and the teachers, but you also represent the community. You have to balance those interests between what's doing right for the school system as a general rule, and then also for the taxpayers and overall community. There are there are thousands of families here who are very concerned about the budget. And again, it's not just $3. It's been hundreds and hundreds of dollars over the last number of years. Thank you.
Can I just say something real quick? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Evelman. I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to speak. I wanted to comment after you had spoke, ma'am, but I didn't get a chance to in time. First off, I'd just like to say, thank you for coming and speaking, and you know, thank you for everything that you do in the schools, all of you, really. You know, when the comment was made that it feels like it's a done deal, that really, I just wanted to share on that, because that portion really struck a chord with me, because that was how I felt, you know, years ago when I was on the other side of the microphone and listening, and it's not a good feeling, and I don't want anyone to think that that, you know, is the case. All I know is that, you know, we put a lot of work into this, and we're trying to do the best for the students and the community, and it's not an easy decision by any means. You know, it's been grueling, very difficult. You know, and the other thing is, if this was to pass tonight, and you know, it's like basically this is always evolving. It's fluid. So if this was to pass tonight, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Caravello, Mr. Ballone, but at this time next year, or in February next year, when the next budget comes up, if we see that, you know, there was a bigger impact than expected, and it wasn't the right decision, I would like to think that we could come back and correct it, and evolve, you know, with the needs that the district is facing at the time. So you know, I don't want any, like, at least from my own personal opinion, I don't want anyone to think that, you know, decisions are pre-made, or that, you know, that's final, and, you know, it's done and it's in concrete, because it's always evolving. Last year, I would have never imagined having to sit here and make a decision like this. But, you know, last year I also was paying half of what I pay now for groceries, and, you know, the medical bill, insurance has gone up to what it is now. It's not, you know, it's unfortunate, and I'm not happy about making these decisions, you know, and I just want to stress the importance of it, you know, it not being already like a done deal, because that's absolutely not the case. In fact, that sentiment is what actually fueled me to be on the board, so that I can represent the community the way that I want it to be represented. So I just wanted to share that with you, and, you know, again, thank you for coming out and speaking.
Leo Davelman, Marlboro Buttonwood Drive. So I really quickly wanted to say something that didn't make it into the prepared remarks before. I wanted to thank the teachers who came out today, and amongst the many impassioned arguments that you made, a few of you mentioned helping combat tremendous learning loss that has taken place. Now, I'm here to tell you that a few years ago, as we were all trying to recover from COVID, we were dumbfounded as parents to hear from the administration that there is no learning loss at all. We knew that was complete and utter BS, and you knew that it was complete and utter BS. Now, don't get me wrong, by no means am I blaming you for not coming down here with us to fight that fight. You guys have jobs, careers, and all sorts of other considerations. You focused on the kids, and we thank you for that. We came here and we fought. We fought despite the fact that it felt like nobody wanted to hear it, that all the decisions have already been made, that it was completely pointless, and yet today, a bunch of the parents who came down here back then are now sitting on the other side of the table. And they're working with the current administration to build the kind of trust that is needed to make difficult decisions, the kind of trust that we did not have before, and the kind of trust without which you can't do anything. So for my part, the board members are not allowed to text while they're in a meeting, but us in the audience and the folks watching on TV at home, we're texting back and forth. And I swear, every other text I send includes a line that says, thank God I'm not sitting on the other side of that dais, because I cannot imagine doing that. Now, I happen to think that I know exactly which positions to cut to replace the coaching positions back into the budget. I would do it in a jiffy. But I also know that my position is extremely unpopular, and pretty much nobody else wants to do it that way. So I trust the people who have been elected to do this. And elections are incredibly important. I am not going to engage in a discussion of how taxes work. I will say for my part that it's incredibly disingenuous to portray it as a cup of coffee. Please remember that every increase sets the baseline for the next increase. Every increase today is the baseline for tomorrow. That is how you go from $8,000 to $13,000. I love Homedale. I wanted to buy a house in Homedale. My wife and I looked at it and said, we could maybe pull the house, but never those taxes. There's a reason why we live in Marlboro. Marlboro is full of taxpayers who feel the way I do, and taxpayers who don't even have the kids in the school. We cannot continue to force our problems down upon them without hearing their voice. And their voice was heard on election day. That's when they had their say. So please respect their choice and let these guys do this very difficult job. Thank you.
This is just budget question portion.
Okay. I wanted to ask how the energy savings investment loan is having an impact on the budget. If I recall correctly, Kathleen, you had voted against it at the time, and it was supposed to cover itself. And I'm guessing that that is not the case anymore, since we've shifted what, roughly $600,000 to cover energy costs from the budget since June. I might have my numbers wrong, but you'll correct me. So just wanted to know how this is impacting the budget in total.
So when I started, the ESIP program was underway. So the way an ESIP program works is you do not have to go out to referendum for that. So that is a way of getting around having to do a referendum and having projects done where your energy savings really pays for, you know, the projects that are being completed. So that has since finished. What happens now is we have a loan schedule. You budget for the loan payment for principal and interest in the operating budget. The way you're supposed to afford that loan payment is you're supposed to be able to reduce your energy based off of the savings that you accumulated from the projects. Now, we have seen savings from energy usage when it comes to what projects were being done and how efficiently they're operating. The problem is the rates are going up. So when the rates go up, it's going to look like you're not saving much, but you still are saving because you did upgrade things such as, you know, high efficiency boilers, LED lights, solar panels. Those things do generate, you know, utility savings and energy savings. You may not be able to see it because you'll see every month we're doing a transfer, but that's because we budgeted lower utility costs in anticipation that that's what was going to pay for the loan. But because of the tremendous rate increases, we've had to transfer just to cover for those utility payments. So I would say that if we didn't do that, it would be much worse than it is now compared to, you know, having, you know, inefficient things within the district that are sucking energy tremendously and throwing money out the window, and also these rate increases.
Hi, good evening again, Moshe Grant. Someone over here earlier today noted something about community members who go online and speak about certain things, supposedly representing the opinion of the board. I was one of these people, but one thing I can say for sure, I do not represent anyone's voice in our community other than my own.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We are having another public comment. This is just about the budget right now. I'm sorry.
Let me go back to the budget then.
Sorry.
Someone over here suggested sending this out to the community to see what the community thinks about the budget and use it as a form of somehow community vote to see what we should or shouldn't do. What I can say about it, that over the last 3 years, if everything would have went out to the community for a vote over what the community thinks about it, the previous board most likely would have not been able to pass 90% of the policies that they did. Just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Before I start, these are budget questions, correct? Okay, just wanted to
Correct.
make sure of that.
Correct.
My name's Dan Bono. I'm a resident of Marlboro. So for the last several months, Mr. Caravello has presented the budget. He took it full book, and he gave it to you chapter by chapter. And guess what? That book got thrown to the side until this week when we saw the agenda and saw the cuts. So I think if you guys are all up in your fields about people out here thinking the decision is already made, it's probably because of that, because that wasn't brought up in those meetings. That's not the book that was read by Mr. Caravello, okay? Secondly, there are 3 people up here who are in their positions because of the degrees and the jobs that they got. Mr. Ballone, the attorney, and Mr. Caravello. His job is to be a business administrator and make the right choices for Marlboro. He did that. He made his recommendations. This board came to him and had him make the changes to these cuts that are directly affecting all of the students K to 8. And that is frustrating as a parent and as a community member. You are taking it to cap. You are taking some of the waiver. What they're asking you to do is take the full waiver. The reason he is telling you that is because that is his job, and he is looking at what next year and the year after and the year after. So guess what? If he's right with his recommendation, next year we're going to have a worse conversation. So before I finish, I'm so glad that you guys want to get together and sing Kumbaya because you're all happy that, you know, the board has changed. Go walk off, hold your hands, sing Kumbaya, but 25% of the people out here won't want to see it.
Mr. Caravello, can you I understand that you presented at certain points in time, and I just want to make sure that it's clear that you did give a presentation. Then we met in different groups, right? Never a quorum. And so we met with you and Mr. Ballone on multiple occasions to look at what would be the best option after you provided the presentation. So I want to make it very clear that the board did not strong-arm Mr. Caravello or Mr. Ballone into anything. To Mr. Ballone's point that he made in the beginning, this was a joint effort to do its best for not only the staff, the students, but also the community. And we're not walking off and holding hands and singing Kumbaya. If that's what you think, I apologize for that misconception. We are working together as a board and administration, and we have to make the decision.
I could speak to this board, even though I've been on the board a while. This board works collaboratively with administration. And I can speak on that because former boards I was on have not. This board will not be rubber stamping anything. We question, and we have respect all around for the administration, for the teachers, for the students, for each other. So I understand this is difficult. I've raised my family here. 5 children have come through these hallowed halls, and I take this job very seriously. And 3 of my children are special needs, and they've had things that they needed, and also they didn't get things they needed. And at the time, the district couldn't afford it. It was not in the budget. So I've been on that side. I know what it's like. And these cuts, no one wants to do it, but in good faith, I can't live in this community and just keep passing it on to the taxpayer. We went in this collaboratively, and I asked Mr. Ballone, and I appreciate you thanking me, but you don't have to thank me for me asking you if you're okay, because you have to work here every day. We're just volunteers. So I appreciate that, but it really wasn't necessary. But I just want to make it very clear, there was no strong arming here on either side.
I'd also just like to include one more Just one more piece of information. Mr. Caravello's our business administrator. So yeah, he did come to the original meeting, proposing that we go to cap, and I wouldn't have expected anything different. I mean, why wouldn't you want to build the budget with as much money as you possibly can? But the reality of it is that that money is coming from the taxpayers, and at one point, there's gotta, at one point, we need to say enough is enough and really start being, mindful of how we spend. And unfortunately, that's why we're here, and that's why these decisions are being made that are difficult. I'm sorry, if you feel like we're singing Kumbaya, because that's the last thing in my head right now. But, that's all. Thank you.
I just wanted to respond to the comments. I understand it's difficult. I am not denying that you are making necessary cuts in order to put a budget forward. As a resident, as an employee, I can never speak about people within my unit and eliminating positions. But we have staff across this district, part of the MTEA, part of the administrators, part of the we have people who do not directly work with children. And my question for you is, were those positions considered for elimination? People who are on guides, people who are getting paid, but have zero contact with our children, with our students.
This will be the last comment for the budget portion.
So I just want to be clear, because I've heard this mentioned a few times. Mr. Caravello, are your recommendations, are they under state code or sanction or law that the board, any board, must vote in accordance to exactly what you propose?
No.
Okay. So you make recommendations, as Mr. Petruno was saying, based on the most rosiest of possible budget projections that the community can be taxed to.
Yes, so
is that fair to say?
When we make recommendations, we try to limit as much reduction as possible, because we try not to change the fabric of who we are. So
yeah,
when we put together a proposal, it usually includes going up to 2% to build your base, and anything that is being available or afforded to you through other such waivers.
I thank you for that clarification, because it was a little misleading when I've heard from numerous speakers say that somehow when you make a proposal that there's nothing else to discuss. And I'd like to ask the president as well, when you presented these and you discussed this through various the aspects of the pie chart that you talked about, was there public comments that people were able to come up and ask questions of you at different times?
Are you talking about the reductions?
In general, I mean, there are public comments after each budget meeting. Is that correct?
When Vin presented each time, there's always 2 public comment sections at every board meeting.
Okay. So the public has the time. Now, they may not know your exact specifications for the budget, but when these things are presented, the community, anyone who wants to, can come up to this microphone and ask questions about a budget prior to this. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
So I just want to clarify the timeline of how, we got to this budget. So I started in December, and all of the presentations are online for what was presented for this budget. We started in December. Then after that, it was proposed to us to have department budgets. So we were bringing the department heads here and having the budgets by department. The February 28th meeting, I put together a presentation, and I recommended going to the full waiver and the 2%. That recommendation was a little late, but that's due to our state aid numbers not coming in until the end of February. We really can't make any decisions or really get a final picture until we know what our state aid numbers are. And as you can see, it was a little bit different. We expected to lose 600,000, but we only lost 200,000. But we still had a hole to fill of approximately 1.6 million. When we discussed, now it wasn't that the board just said, oh, we're going to make this decision for you and this is what you're going to do. We, after, I mean, I can read a room. After February 28th, when we had a meeting, everybody discussed that that wasn't the right play, because when we got word that health benefits were going to go up another 15%, that kind of sent a little shockwaves like, oh, we could face this next year. So in essence, if you were to take a 4% increase in taxes and just to basically continue to have all of that allotted in the budget, and say next year we lose maybe $800,000, and then we also don't get the waiver and we are faced with another $2 million increase in health benefits. Health benefits are something I really can't cut out of the budget unless, unfortunately, you cut positions. They go hand in hand. And in order to get to a large number like that, unfortunately, you have to take into consideration positions as well as benefits to try to reduce that number. So we were trying to, forecast what was ahead, and if another 15% is on the horizon, we didn't want to take a waiver that may not be in existence year after year, and then we're faced with now cutting $4 million or $5 million, something that really would have a significant effect to the fabric of Marlboro and what we actually try to do here. So budgets can be defeated. Budgets, I can make a recommendation, and then the board can say on the day of the final budget adoption, nope, sorry, we're not approving it. And then you have to contact the county, and then they have to get involved in regards to how to put a budget in, basically into an effect and have it approved. The tentative budget that was set forth was with the waiver. We discussed going from then, because we have a budget timeline by statute to follow. By March 24th, the budget has to, or March 20th, the budget has to be into the county office for approval. At that point in time, we were at the tentative budget. We knew that's not something that we wanted to do, so and from that point until the public hearing, we discussed and we made changes accordingly and proposed a budget that was the most fiscally responsible we felt and had the least impact to students and really classroom sizes. So, budget, like to Mr. Amster's question, budgets can be defeated. Just because I make a recommendation, it can be defeated. Something else that was referenced was the other positions that are not being cut that don't affect students. There's 3 positions in there that are being cut that 2 are considered administrative. 1 is support that they really don't. 1 does, but the other 2 really don't have direct impact with students every single day. So we did look at every area, not just instructional pieces. We looked at administrative, support staff. We looked at everything in where we feel that we could achieve that number of $1 million. The last thing is the $100 million that's being referenced from Trenton. That is your supplemental stabilization aid. So you could see from the chart we lost $4.2 million. In the eyes of the state, they think that we should only get $150,000 back of that. So that's what our allotment is from that total. So it's really not that much to say, oh, we're getting a lot of the funding back from the state. They still really did take a lot of us because they deem a lot from us because they deem us to be over adequacy still.
Just in closing, I just wanted to add one thing. As far as, the positions being eliminated and all that, I've said it numerous times up here, and I don't mean any disrespect to Mr. Balone, Mr. Caravello, or any of the administrators, but I've always stated and believed that you don't want to touch the boots on the ground. And, and I've stated numerous times also that I thought the administration was top heavy and that, it wasn't proportional for our district, which was always met with some resistance by, whichever administrator was speaking to me at that point. But that being said, I do wish, I wish it could have been all administration and, the other positions left. It just wasn't feasible. Trust me, we explored all avenues. So I just want that to be, understood. And that's it. Thank you.
Moving on, financial and business operation matters. Val, would you like to read?
Superintendent of Schools submits the following resolutions for approval. Number 1, final 2023-24 school year budget adoption. Number 2, withdrawal from maintenance reserve. 3, adjustment for healthcare costs. 4, travel and related expense reimbursement. 5, transfers. 6, list of bills. 7, secretary monthly reconciliation reports. 8, travel. 9, harassment, intimidation, bullying, HIB report. 10, approval of transportation agreement, case number 951 ESY 2023. 11, approval of transportation agreement, case number 951 2023-2024 SY. 12, approval of transportation agreement, case number 959 ESY 2023. 13, approval of transportation agreement, case number 959 2023 to 2024 SY. 14, submission of safety grant. 15, approval of agreement with MOESC for nursing services. 16, MTSMA memorandum of agreement. 17, cancellation of agreement for the provision of SECD lab services. 18, agreement for the provision of care coordination services by Care Solace, Inc. 19, approval of transportation jointure agreement. 20, supplemental stabilization aid pursuant to bill number A5328 S3732. 21, home instruction. 22, amended resolution, submission of child assault prevention application for the 2023-2024 school year. 23, state contract purchases. I so move.
Do I have a second? Any discussion?
I just wanted to just share that for the budget items, I think that's number 1 through 4, correct, Vin? We talked about?
Yes.
I am going to abstain my vote, but I just wanted to kind of offer an explanation as to why. Having just being sworn in a short time ago, I just don't feel like I'm in a position to really make an educated decision. I came here early tonight, and I thank Vin for sitting with me for nearly 2 hours to answer all of my questions, and as well as my other board members here to help me out. But as Vin mentioned in his public presentation, there were a lot of meetings amongst you, a lot of memos that went back and forth that I was not privy to, having not been on the board. That being said, I do want to acknowledge the bravery and courage of all these teachers that came here to advocate for not just themselves, but their coworkers and the students of this district the best way they know how. So I give you a lot of credit. You really moved me. I can feel, literally palpably feel the passion in this room. And I also want to thank my board members who, before I got here, have worked effortlessly and tirelessly and collectively together. If that has not been felt, I believe that that did happen. So thank you, because it was not easy to come up with this. But just in this moment, I don't feel educated enough to make a decision either way with all the questions. So I just wanted to explain that.
Thank you, Carrie. Any other discussion? Michael?
I know we have to update 16 because the dates are wrong.
Yeah, so number 16, NTSMA Memorandum of Agreement, it should not be June 30th, 2026, it's June 30th, 2028. And then just some clarification on 17 and 18. So 17, that's removing Rutgers Behavioral Health, right, Mr. Ballone? And that is essentially being terminated, and then it's being replaced with number 18, so same exact services. The last clarification, number 1. So I know there was some confusion as to why there was such a long list of changes. So when you submit by law a tentative budget to the county and they approve that budget, if you change anything, whether it's reallocation of salaries, budget reductions, you need to list that with explanations on the agenda for approval. So as you can see, the budget reductions that are being proposed are listed as such in the explanation. The others are just simply a reallocation or a reclassification of salaries or other services. So those are not being reduced.
Any other board member discussion? See none, roll call, please.
Sure. Mrs. Jankowski?
I abstain from numbers 1 through 4, yes to everything else.
Mr. Petruno?
Yes.
Mrs. Rosado?
Yes.
Mr. Lalansky?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
And Mrs. Amster?
Yes. Personnel matters. Aldo, will you please read?
The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, retirement. 2, resignations. 3, rescinded employment offer. 4, reassignment, transfer, and amended salary, non-certificated staff. Number 5, amended salary. Number 6, amended salaries. Number 7, stipends, maintenance workers. Number 8, substitute after-school detention. Number 9, curriculum, Marlboro Marketplace Facilitator. Number 10, amended stipend, after-school social skills program, non-certificated staff paid with IDEA funds. Number 11, amended stipend, after-school social skills program, non-certificated staff paid with IDEA funds. Number 12, amended, turnkey trainer. Number 13, stipend, mentor teachers. Number 14, student practicum. Number 15, substitute teachers. Number 16, paid medical disability leave. Number 17, unpaid leave of absence. Number 18, amended resolution, leave dates. I so move.
Do I have a second? Any discussion? Do you want to do the vote and then we'll do the vote first? Okay, let's vote first. Roll call, please.
Sure. Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mr. Lalansky?
Yes.
Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
Mrs. Jankowski?
Yes.
Mrs. Rosado?
Yes.
Mr. Petruno?
Yes.
And Mrs. Amster?
Yes. Mr. Balone, do you have some retirement comments?
I do. I have retirement comments for Harleen Ross, who was here before, but I don't think she's still here. Harleen Ross first came to Marlboro in 1984, working at the preschool pop program as a part-time social worker. She then supported the elementary school child study teams by filling temporary positions as a long-term substitute. In 1995, Harleen officially joined the Marlboro Middle School staff and has remained part of the child study team there for 28 years. Throughout her career, she's been a part of many initiatives. One that stands out is a peer buddy program that connects typical students with students having severe disabilities. Training and supporting student volunteers has come to benefit all students, as this program promotes inclusivity and a positive school environment. She says that she's loved working with the staff, students, and MMS community over the years. In addition, serving as the social worker has allowed her to counsel students and work with their parents in supporting them, both individually and in groups, through their academic and social emotional times at middle school. The theater has always been a passion for Harleen. The love of theater and working with students led her to taking on the role of the school music assistant director and later director for 18 years. All of us have enjoyed the annual productions and recognize the value that this camaraderie has brought to children. You saw evidence of her hard work earlier this evening. I know it seems like a long time ago. In 1995, the Marlboro Alliance established an annual award for a middle school student who is most involved in community service to honor her late husband, David Kaufman. Harleen plans to continue supporting this award and returning to MMS each June to present the award for years to come. Before moving to Marlboro, Harleen served a community in Texas, working for an adoption agency. The adoption process and uniting families continues to be a passion for her. She intends to continue supporting families in this capacity after her retirement. Most importantly, she plans to spend time traveling with her husband, Michael, visiting her daughter in Chicago, often, and spending many hours with her children, Sari, Jenna, and Scott, and also her grandchildren, Riley, Austin, Noah, Henry, and any future grandchildren. We wish her well.
Okay, moving on to liaison reports. I'll take Freehold Regional one. Their Board of Ed meeting budget hearing is on the 27th, which is in 2 days, or almost 1 day, at 7 p.m. MEF, any news in it?
Yep, just one final reminder that the tickets are still on sale for the MEF Magic versus the Harlem Wizards for Tuesday, May 9th at 7 p.m. at Marlboro High School. That's it.
Thank you. Marlboro Township Liaison? Nothing, okay. Monmouth County School Boards Association Liaison? Nothing, okay. New Jersey School Boards Association Liaison? Okay. School liaisons? Okay, I'll go first. Robertsville. Book fair is now through the end of the week. Lip sync is on 4/28. Ticket sales are closed, but if interested, please email robertsvilleevents@gmail.com. The PTO is gearing up to celebrate their amazing teachers next week for an early Teachers Appreciation Week. The end of the year dance is beginning to be planned, so please stay tuned. They had a very successful book club, which just came to an end and it had a huge turnout. And 5th grade chocolate sales ends on the 28th of this month. Please get in all your money, and if you haven't already purchased some delicious chocolate, please look out for a Robertsville 5th grader. MMS?
MMS, I have reports from Principal Milwaukee and the PTO. April was a real busy month. They celebrated the month of respect and also participated in many activities to recognize Disabilities Awareness Month. Students and staff created bulletin boards. Students made morning announcements. The Walk for Change was held on April 21st. SEL lessons focused on respect and inclusions for all. Dr. Sable and the Hawks Leadership Group raised $486.64 for SCOPE through their Penny Challenge. April 25th at 6:30 p.m., the school councils will present a high school informational program. It will be held virtually. Refer to the flyers emailed home for participation. April 26th will be the first spring music concert, the events ensemble at 7 p.m. April 27th, Take Your Child to Work Day. April 28th, Pajama Day to support the Police Unity Tour. The cost is $5. Reminder to place orders for purchasing yearbooks. The final deadline is May 15th. 5/9 will be the last PTO meeting of the year. It will be in person at the school. From the PTO as well, the spring clothing drive is on 4/29 this weekend. It's from 11 a.m. to 12:45 p.m. 81 people attended the Yankees game last week at their fundraiser. It was awesome. On 5/5 to 5/8 is Staff Appreciation Week. Please refer to the PTO announcements and sign-up list. 5/11 is Sunshine and Bloom fundraiser. Attendees will create their own planter. It's $40 a person. You get to take the planter home with you. I have a brochure here. Mother's Day fundraiser with Advanced Wellness Aesthetics. See the flyer recently distributed. And the 5/22 is the next 8th grade committee meeting.
Thank you. Val, Memorial?
8th grade sales will begin this week for yard signs, towels, graduation grams, and the 8th grade dance. April 27th is the 8th grade concert. April 28th is the spring clothing drive. And April 8th to the 12th is when they're celebrating Teachers Appreciation Week. Ongoing sales for Route 9 shopper cards, magnets, and birthygrams.
Annette Dugan?
The science fair took place on Thursday, April 20th. All the families had a wonderful time. Thank you to all the students who created projects, all the volunteers and vendors, and to the families who attended. School Spirit Day is this Friday, April 28th. Remember to wear your favorite Dugan apparel or the color green. The school store is also this Friday, April 28th. Make sure you send money so you don't get in trouble like I do. Yearbooks and 5th grade boosters can still be purchased by April 30th. The final call for Spirit Wear sale is going on now and ends May 1st. Purchases can be made through PT Board. Teacher Appreciation Week is next week, and the PTA is looking forward to an exciting week of celebrating our amazing teachers and staff. Monetary donations are greatly appreciated and can be made through PT Board. Stock the Fridge donations are accepted throughout the month. If interested in donating, monetary donations can be done through the PT Board. And the PTA will be having a Mother's Day and Father's Day sale from May 9th to May 12th. More information will be coming soon.
Thank you. Christina Abbott?
Throughout March, they collected new pajamas and books that were donated to the pajama program and celebrated with a Pajama Pal Day on March 31st. Trustworthiness was the character pillar for the month. Students that were caught being trustworthy were entered into a drawing. Winners had game time and a snack with Mr. Perno. And they celebrated Disabilities Awareness Month with district-wide activities like Chalk the Walk, Walkathon, and daily dress-up themes.
Thank you. Defino board is looking for 2 new executive board members. If you're interested and you're a Defino parent, please email definopto@gmail.com. Yearbook orders sales deadline is May 8th. On Friday, June 2nd, there's the Dolphin Dash for a day of fun. The week of May 1st to the 5th, Teacher Appreciation Week, and May 5th, they're having a virtual PTO meeting. Aldo, Asher?
Yeah, so I actually, Miss Silmy was kind enough to email me a list, but I'm having some technical issues with my device at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
so
could
I'll bring it next week.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything for CPAG, Val?
No update from CPAC.
Thank you.
Okay, bear with me, I was sent the scope thing, I didn't get a chance to print it out, but here we go. A big thank you to all that were involved in April's month-long events to promote disability awareness and acceptance. Positive messages and acceptance were all throughout the district as part of Chalk the Walk. We thank everyone that supported our Scope T-shirt sales, district-wide Walk for Change events, Marlboro Middle School's Penny Wars, Robertsville Sunglass Decorating Fundraiser, and Marlboro Elementary's Brick Fundraiser. Generosity will go a long way in supporting opportunities for our students in special education and inclusion initiatives throughout the district. Grade winners from each school were provided to special services will be receiving a summer treat from Chartwells. We have an upcoming IEP workshop presented by the ARC of New Jersey on Wednesday, May 17th. Information is on the scopepitboard.com site. The workshop is open to anyone who wants to learn more about IEPs.
Thank you. Old business? New business? Public comments?
I have no one on my list. One at a time, please. Thank you.
Irene Decterman, Morganville, New Jersey. I don't know if I have to say it again. Sorry. I just wanted to ask where the 2 missing board members are today, because this is probably the most important meeting of the year, and I was just wondering what happened to them. And I know Miss Seward. No? No. Happy birthday. Thank you for celebrating it with us in this incredibly long meeting.
Just thank you guys. I'm sure this was really, really hard. And also welcome Mrs. Jankowski to the Board of Ed.
So I'm sorry for the secret meeting thing. I make bad jokes when I'm tense.
Oh, please, I didn't take it that way, and if you took it that I just wanted to make it known that there's
I'm
not.
really sorry.
I didn't take
yeah,
offense.
I was just joking.
No, I apologize.
I don't really want to come to any of your meetings. No offense.
No offense taken.
I just wanted to clarify a few things. I think I understand that it's passed anyway, but I just want to clarify a couple things. So what I was saying earlier was each elementary school has a coach, but the middle schools, we do have an innovations class, but since we're getting 2 and a portion elementary schools, we are lacking in interventionists compared to the elementary schools. Does that make sense? So if we get Defino and Robertsville and part of Asher, a tiny part of Asher, then we get, they have 2 and a portion coach. So we'll have 1 innovations teacher to take on all of that. And it's not like disabilities stop appearing or struggles stop happening. So that's just what I was trying to clear up there. So it's not like innovations will just do that job. That's really not how it works, or it's not how it will work.
And I understand that we didn't have coach before, and I started coaching right before the pandemic. And during the pandemic, I taught online kindergarten kids to read. I taught, like, we have skills beyond what we're asked to do on a daily basis. So basically what I'm saying is, if you come into a windfall, I'm not that expensive. And the other coaches too, I guess.
May I just, first of all, thank you for coming this evening. And it's always, I appreciate you and everyone else that showed up, for the input, because, your opinion and your input really is, it really is valued and appreciated. And, just thank you for everything that you do for the kids. I just want to, express that. So, thank you.
Every day.
Good. Any?
I know it's late, sorry. I not planned anything. I heard, Jason DeFino, by the way. I heard something that you said before, an analogy that you made, Mr. Ballone, where, before this, we've lived in an area where you didn't have coaches, and it's absolutely correct. Totally agree with it. The difference is, though, is that along that path, once we got the coaches, we developed programs and things along the way that we didn't used to have, right? So, and I think that's what you were getting at a little bit. The thing that I fear is this, and I'll try to make the quickest analogy I can on it. Every year for the past 6 years, I do this like paint night with the kids at DeFino. I volunteer for it. Spend 4 hours on it with an extra hour before to prep and an extra hour to clean everything up at the end, right? Am I contractually obligated to do that? No. But the parents know when they come up to me and ask me, hey, can you do this thing? They know I'm going to say yes, because of something that you said before. You're that same person. You're not going to say no to anybody. You're going to do it because you love the kids, right? And that's where my little portend here is. This is where the little warning is. Now that we're on this side of the budget, and thank you, cut the positions, not the people. Awesome, thank you. But we have all this responsibility now that's floating. And I don't know where it goes, but I think I do. They're all becoming classroom teachers. That's where it's going. So all this responsibility has got to land on something, somewhere. And the wheels are turning, on this side and on this side. I'm asking very humbly that on this side of the budget now, that you deal with the teachers very delicately, because they're going to want to do that thing that you said. They're going to want to do it. So you get a teacher who's now in a classroom, and it's their prep period. And another teacher knows that they can come down and ask them about, hey, how am I going to handle this transitional situation? What am I going to do? They need to be allowed to say, no, I can't do it right now because I got to prep for my next class. You can't lean on it, and I understand what you're saying, but you can't lean on it that way and pressure and add more responsibilities onto people that weren't there before with that little secret thing that says, but they'll do it for the kids. But, for myself, this year, I have a lot of responsibilities at home now, and I have to say no once in a while. And it hurts and it burns. Please make that safe area for these teachers where you're thinking about, well, where are we going to put all this stuff that we didn't have before, now we don't have these positions. Just deal with them very delicately. With the last 10 seconds, thank you so much for everything you do. Everybody on this side, everybody on that side, it's late. You've got my prayers and blessings. Please go home safely, and a very happy birthday to you. That's awesome.
I speak on that just for a moment. I want to remind everyone, either in the room who was in the room previously or who's watching from home, the board are the only people in here that don't really get paid to put in the time that we're putting in to make sure that the kids get the best possible education that they can get. So although it looks like we're only here every week for like 100 hours a night, the nonstop conversations that take place between meetings, administration, business administration, each other. It's unmeasurable how much we're putting in, and I chose this. I really, really, really wanted it, so I'm not complaining about it. But please don't misunderstand the tough decisions that we have to make. How can I put this? We're not undervaluing you as people, and I really hope that the staff that are experiencing the cuts in their very important positions don't take it personally, because it's not personal. We had a really tough job to do, and we put in a lot of time to do it, and I really pride ourselves on the transparency that this board is trying to convey. We have coffee talks coming to discuss things with the community. We're responding to emails. We are having curriculum and policy and communication and budget meetings. It is tireless, and I can relate to the things that you have to say no to now, because there are other things that we're all experiencing that. On a final note, I do want to consider the very valuable members of the Marlboro community that are on fixed income, or maybe the members of the community that are facing unemployment issues as well right now. There's a lot of layoffs across the country, and I just don't want to take for granted that for one family it may seem like just a cup of coffee, but for another family there are sacrifices being made and, you know, meals being skipped in this country, and I just want to make sure that we consider all members of the community.
Thank you, Annette.
M-
Is it going to be Aldor Seth?
May I?
Say I want to kill my husband, but
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
Aldo,
go ahead.
one second. So I just like to say that was really thoughtful and well said. And I can appreciate that, being as someone in the healthcare field for almost 27 years, having to stay late when you want to walk out the door and you are asked to just do one more thing for somebody or another person, or, you know, a patient. It doesn't always feel good, but you know that you do it because that's our jobs. And I don't mean that you have to do it. I appreciate that you want to do it. That's what I really want to say, because I just really like what you said. Thank you. And I really appreciate you. You're really passionate. And I would just also, one last thing, sorry. You know, as an 8-year-old boy in third grade in New York City public school system and difficulty reading, Judy Rosenfeld, who was my third grade teacher, took her time during lunch to make sure that I could learn how to read. When New York City laid off 20,000 teachers in 1974, she still took the time when her class size went from 25 to 37 kids. So, I think, I just like to say, I think the board, like watching this for many years, everybody's discussions, the board members have been talked about how in the past, a lot of things were done a certain way. Maybe now it's a little different. It's hard for some people in the community to accept that. And no one needs to accept it. It's just things change sometimes. But I really appreciate your service here to this community.
Yeah, so actually, Seth took a lot of what I had to say. I just wanted to thank you for your comment. You're definitely heard, and thank you for everything you and everyone else does. And likewise, Mr. Balloon, let's also keep an eye on the changes we've made and see if next year it's something that we are realizing had a bigger impact than we were anticipating. It may be something that we need to, redirect course on, but let's just keep an eye on it, It's always fluid, it's always evolving, and we just want to keep the schools, the best they are. So, thank you.
okay. Going to move to, we're good? Okay. Executive session. Be it resolved that in accordance with the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act, the Marlboro Township Board of Education shall conduct a closed executive session pursuant to the exception prescribed by NJSA 10-4-12 for the purpose of discussing matters of attorney-client privilege, discussion chief school administrator search firms, negotiations MTEA. It is anticipated that the length of time of this executive session will be 60 minutes, and then action will not be taken in public after this executive session. Be it further resolved that the minutes of the executive session will be released when the need for confidentiality in accordance with NJSA 10-4-12 no longer applies. Do I have a second? Annette? Any discussion? No. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Good night, everybody.